Good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel, Chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Tuesday, October 18th. It is 9:30 a.m., and I would like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing and recording is now in progress. I'd like to begin by introducing my fellow board colleagues. With me here today is Vice Chair Doreen D'Adamo, Board Member Nicole Morgan, Board Member Sean McGuire, and Board Member Laurel Firestone. With us here today as well is our Executive Director, Eileen Sobek, our Chief Deputies, Eric Oppenheimer and Jonathan Bishop. Our Chief Counsel is Michael Lawfer. Here today is Assistant to Clerk of the Board, Courtney Tyler and Margie Argel. As you can see, this meeting is being webcast and recorded, and you are either viewing us through, in this case, just through the YouTube live web stream. And if you intend to actually comment on any of today's items, you should be on the Zoom platform with us. There are instructions on how to do so at the top of today's agenda. If you are having any challenges, though, getting onto the Zoom platform, you can email the clerk of the board at commentletters@waterboards.ca.gov, and she will be able to assist you on getting onto the platform. Additionally, if you are part of public comment or any comment today and wish to share your screen, the platform doesn't, we have it locked down. You are not able to do so. Please do get your slides or whatever it is that you would like to share over to the clerk of the board at that same email address, and we can be prepared to be able to present your items. For those of you that are here in the room with us, good morning. We're in the Cal EPA building here in Sacramento. Just some quick announcements for you here as well. Please observe the exits in the room, and in the case of an emergency, we will all calmly file out to Cesar Chavez Plaza and await any further instruction. Additionally, if you intend on commenting on any item today, there is a QR code on the side of the room here to be able to put your name in for the speaker card. Once you are up at the mic, please introduce yourself and any organization if you are affiliated with one, and we'll take your comments. Please also turn off any noise-making devices that you may have. With that, we can move on. We're going to, here I'm going to elevate two of the Superior Accomplishment Awards that we were going to hear tomorrow on the agenda, and we will have them here before public forum. And so I would like to first call up Diane Barclay and to introduce the first award.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. I'm Diane Barclay. I'm the manager of the Underground Storage Tank Cleanup Fund, and I have some of our wonderful technical staff here to receive a Superior Accomplishment Award. I'll give you a little tiny bit of background. When we, over the last 3 years, we activated more than 3,000 claims for reimbursement because we're facing a sunset, and that created an unprecedented volume of claims that we had to pay. We've also been, over the last 5 years, continually improving our processes, and one of the things we realized we needed to add to our cost guidelines to help us review claims with more speed and more accuracy is remediation cost guidelines, because those are the high ticket items usually on a reimbursement. So we put this fine team together of engineers and a geologist, because you got to have at least one, right? Geologist. And we ended up, they put a lot of work in. They met with the stakeholders. They reprogrammed a system called RACER to meet our costs. And with all the tons of years of experience that they have in remediation, they did such an excellent job that we're whizzing through those claims. In fact, we were just looking at one this morning that fit right in the guidelines and went right on through. So I'd like to recognize the folks that worked on that team and show them our appreciation. Ben Henningberg. Christina Ray Leba. Harry Patel. Adrian Pettis. Sanchez? And Sri Iyer. Thank you so much for all of your effort on this really important project.
Thank you. I have to echo that. Thanks. And please come up here. We can do, actually, I don't know if we have someone here for a photo, but we can use Mr. Loffer's phone. So we'll do just very quickly, and I really appreciate everyone's patience. I just have to note that the process improvements that this unit made are what made possible our ability to actually shift resources over and get arrearages out to so many Californians in such a short order of time. So it has not only improved your program and the ability for the underground storage tank program to deliver the benefits of that, but also incredibly arrearages. So I just have to acknowledge that and really thank you all. So we'll quickly take a photo. Thank you. And now we'll move on to our second award, which will be presented by Kevin Heineman from DIT. And I believe he's not currently here. Okay, well, we will move on then in the agenda. And I believe what we have next then is public forum. So I believe, Ms. Tyler, we have about 2 people wishing to speak on public forum. And I believe our first speaker will be Ron Duncan and Melanie. Good to see you both. Good to see you both. Good morning. You should be asked to unmute here momentarily.
Thank you. Can you hear us?
We can. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for the warm welcome, Chair Esquivel. And Vice Chair and fellow board members, we're really excited to be here today. I'm Ron Duncan, the General Manager for Soquel Creek Water District. And this is my colleague, Melanie Mal-Schumacher. We're representing Soquel Creek Water District. And just briefly before we show the film, Soquel Creek is located in Santa Cruz County, adjacent to the city of Santa Cruz. And we're in construction of the Pure Water Soquel project, about 50% complete. And it's a recycled water purification project that will recharge our critically overdrafted basin to prevent further seawater intrusion. And we've been reaching out to each of our partners in the Pure Water program to share this film. We think it's just a wonderful opportunity. The BBC and Storyworks featured our project, and I say our collectively, due to its innovative nature and work to bring sustainability to our community. All the films are amazing, but we're obviously especially proud of ours. And I'll just say the thing that strikes us about this mini documentary, and I hope it will you too, is the human-centric approach that they took. I think in the water business, we often outreach in a more direct nuts and bolts type manner. But this documentary kind of shows, this whole series shows a new way to communicate, really trying to connect at a deeper level with our customers and people who care. So as the film is queued up, I'll just reiterate our appreciation of your moral and financial support that you provide and the great staff you have helping us, our state, navigate and bring water sustainability to all in California. So thank you, and I hope you enjoy the film.
Really appreciate you taking the time to show this film to us this morning. I was recently in Morro Bay where they're similarly looking to use recycled water to inject in groundwater for seawater intrusion and recharge. And I couldn't help but think of you all, the incredible leadership and this project particularly. So thank you. And glad to see this video.
Okay.
I think water is so critical and important, and it has such a nexus to enabling a community to thrive. And for us, we have a water scarcity here. We had a water challenge that our only source of water was going to be contaminated with seawater, which basically means you can't drink it. We rely on rainfall to refill our groundwater basin, and our community are rock stars at water conservation, but even that conservation hasn't proven to be enough. As water is extracted and there's not enough water to be replenished by rainfall, that's what created the kind of critical overdraft of the groundwater basin and caused seawater contamination and intrusion at the coastline. Developing a water supply project is a marathon. It's not a sprint. There's so many things that need to take place over a long period of time. Getting people to understand the problem and then understanding the technical aspects of it and the science and the data, and then tying that to the community values, that's what narrowed us to recycled water. And I think that's why we've been able to go in about 7 years from kind of planning a project to actually constructing the project.
I think that people are learning about the critical foundational role that water plays in communities. When you go through a city, you don't see the water infrastructure. You don't see the pipelines, you don't see the treatment plants, you don't see all of the intricacies of what it takes to be able to deliver water to the tap and to take wastewater away. And so we have spent a tremendous amount of time educating, showcasing the role that recycled water can play and should play and must play within our communities to be able to have a secure water future.
The sanctuary is one of the largest marine protected areas in the nation. It was designated by Congress for the purposes of resource protection, research, and education. Water is a really big part of people's lives here. It brings people to the area to appreciate the ocean and the beauty that we have here, but it also provides a lot of recreational activities as well, whether it's surfing. We're internationally renowned for our diving and all of the organisms that you see when you go out into the ocean. We're lucky here in California, especially on the Central Coast, that there is an ethic of environmental protection.
Many people ask, what does advanced purification mean? And it's important to think that we're beginning with the source water that's already been treated. Now we're going to take that water and we're going to provide 6 additional treatment steps to it to get it to drinking water standards. As a community, as a globe, we tend to be really quick to label the drought by its history. Oh, that's wastewater. Oh, it's stormwater. Is it potable water? Is it groundwater? And my perspective is we need to look at this holistically and make sure that we're making the best decisions for every drop of water in our community. And with that challenge, we now have to look at how do we manage water differently. When we think about that secure water future, it is also understanding the impacts of climate change and what is happening around the globe. And recycled water plays a great role because it allows us to now decouple climate from water supply.
And so we really saw this as an asset, that we could take that water, which has already been treated, and then further treat it through advanced water purification, and then put that back into the groundwater basin. So it was able to replenish the basin. It was able to create this freshwater seawater barrier and create that front line of defense to protect our groundwater supply.
And it's the collaboration across the community, because no one alone can solve the challenge by themselves, but together, communities can provide a sustainable water infrastructure.
It's an asset that we need to protect, that we needed to replenish, and this project isn't just about supporting a community, it's about environmental stewardship. To be able to create sustainability, resiliency, and reliability for my children, for my friends, for my community, I want to help create that sustainability.
Thank you. Really appreciate the sharing. And as you had said, the really community-centered focus to the story around the management of the resource. We are certainly in challenging times, but I think that by thinking of our water holistically, as you said, we can actually find a lot of solutions that actually inspire our communities to do better. And it's, for me as the chair here, not lost on me that it is here water quality that certainly in the 21st century in an arid climate is so important to think of in that same vein. And that's what these projects do. They really look at the quality challenges and say, well, where do we maximize some quantity? So just thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Really appreciate you taking the time. Thank you, and look forward to continuing to be partners in this incredible leadership that allows us on the regulatory side and the financial side to support these incredible projects. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
All right, we can now move on to our next public forum speaker, which is James C. Yeager, Sr. And I believe, Mr. Yeager, we saw you at our last board meeting. Good to have you again here in public forum. You should be invited to unmute here momentarily.
Oh, wait. Hello. Thank you for allowing me to join your meeting. Yeah, thank you. Are you hearing me properly?
We are. Good morning.
Good morning. I have submitted a video to Janine Townsend, and I wondered if it's present for your viewing today.
I'm looking over at the clerk of the board. Did you send it to commentletters@waterboards.ca.gov?
I actually sent it directly to Janine, and she said she was going to send it to one of her coworkers. I'd have to look at the email, but
I apologize, Mr. Yeager. Ms. Townsend is actually out today, and so that would be part of the challenge here.
would you allow me to show it through my computer here?
I'm sorry, we have the share function locked down on the platform for security reasons. I'm looking at my chief counsel, and he said that we could just go ahead and let you screen share here for a moment. I want to not set necessarily precedent on being able to do so. I think it's important for just security and control reasons that we don't know what you might share actually on your screen, sir. I apologize, and
I totally
if you
understand.
could, if you could quickly try to email it. Once again, I apologize to commentletters@waterboards.ca.gov. Our current clerk of the board here has access to that account. Sorry.
Okay, one moment. It'll just take a moment. I just need to bring up I'm going to forward it, and I get it for everyone's safety. We don't want to hold on. We don't want to do something. Okay, go ahead. I'm going to send it to where?
It's comment letters, all one word, @waterboards.ca.gov.
Boards is plural.
Yes, water boards. Thank you. .ca.gov.
Yeah, that came up as a good address. Okay, one moment. Yeah, I sent this. I don't know what date. It looks like on the 7th.
Okay.
Okay, one moment. Let's see if your clerk gets it. While you're looking for that, I'm going to reiterate. My wife and I made the video to begin with, pardon me. And kind of in a half-hearted, lighthearted way. And my son's a professional filmmaker for the government, for a company in Virginia, but I had him see it last night for the first time. And he said, here'd be a better script I could share with you. And that is to get right to the punch. And that would be to say, I'm going to show you in less than 2 minutes, the simplest way everyone with a shower can save hundreds of gallons of water each year. As you may know, a toilet flushes by using gravity from an elevated tank of water. Hence, we call this the gravity flush. Many people do not know you can flush your toilet with a bucket of water. I'm in construction, so that's been, we've had to use that a number of times at construction sites, just having a bucket full of clean water. That said, hundreds of thousands of gallons of water are wasted each day while people wait for their shower to heat up before getting into it. If we could capture just one bucket of water per person while our shower heats up, we would use that bucket to flush a dirty toilet later in that day, which would make a big impact on the water conservation. So in other words, what I find is that some people know you can capture warming water in the shower. Some people know that you can flush a toilet with water. But I don't think anyone's put together the fact that when you get out of the shower, if you've saved some water, now you have to pick that bucket up and take it somewhere for use, maybe to the garden or to water your plants, but it becomes a task. We're so convenient minded that we don't want to do another job, but you could easily create a habit where you just place that place the bucket near the toilet, which is usually near the shower, leave it there. And later on, when the shower becomes dirty, later on when the toilet becomes dirty and you need to extinguish the contents, you simply pour the bucket into there quickly. And you've taken what was essentially white water, not gray water, not brown water. You took fresh, purified white water that was going to go down the drain and be wasted. And now you've given it another life, given it a second use. And so I'm pleading with you, I'm not a California, I'm pleading with you to try to see that if this were a commercial operation, I can see where it would just be another public service message, and it would be expensive to create or something along those lines. But if you got the right people to get involved in it and you create it on a social media platform, that's how things take traction today. For example, the Ice Bucket Challenge started in 2014, and just recently in August, they've announced, the ALS associations announced that money that was raised has gone to create a medicine that's a potential cure. I'm not sure about the findings, but it was FDA approved. So today, what I feel is that we need to connect these two dots. You can save water in the shower. You don't need to take it on tour and go all around the house or your property to use it. The use is sitting right in front of you, and it happens easily and quickly. So I'd like to ask you, is it possible to share that video I just sent, please?
Thank you again for your desire to make easy here conservation that I know a lot of Californians have front of mind, Mr. Yeager. I'm looking over at my clerk of the board, and it looks like regrettably the email has not come through. And I imagine you typed in again comment letters at waterboards.ca.gov. It's at the top of the agenda as well, the email address, if that's helpful.
If you'd allow me, I'd like to do what we talked about earlier to get to the point. If I can share my screen with you, we can go right to that, and I'm ready when you are.
Yeah, Mr. Loffer is giving me a nod, so let's quickly do so we can be able to get to our agenda here.
And hold on, I got to figure out how to do this. And bear in mind, I'm not a professional actor, and I'm going to I did my best. It took about 6 takes, so this is meant to be lighthearted. Okay, let me get to, how do I share? Oh, I see, share screen. Okay, are you ready?
Yes, thank you.
Oop, I don't know how to do this. Hold on. There we go. Share, hold on. Okay, and here we go, folks.
Imagine I'm somebody famous like Matt Damon, an environmentally conscious kind of guy. I'm just about to do something very wasteful. We all do it. Well, it's when we get in the shower. What happens so frequently? Well, we get ready for the shower. I should say from that. And we turn on the water, and it's kind of cold. And because it's so cold, we don't want to put ourselves into it. Oh, that's really cold. And we let the water just waste down the drain. But instead, what if we put this bucket here? We just collected that water. Well, we thought of other important things like, what would I do with that water? I could collect all that water, and I got enough of it. Well, now I got a job to do. I got to go to the garden with it, or I got to go to my house plants with it. I got to go maybe to the to the grocery store with it, but it's a lot of work carrying all this water around with it. But what if it was simpler than that? What if I got that water, nice and toasty water, I turned it off, and I simply put that water right by the commode. And then later on, maybe an hour from now, maybe later in the day, when I need to use that commode, and it's all full of, well, you know what? I took that bucket and I simply went, and voila, everything's gone. It's like magic. Well, so many of us don't realize that that commode works on that, and it basically takes clean, fresh water and flushes everything down to the sewage system. But that's about 2 gallons of water right there. And if you've got 39 million Californians, this water could go to much better use than warming up the shower, warming up the sewage drain. I hope this made a lot of sense and maybe could be passed on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yeager. I appreciated that. And again, the desire to help Californians easily be able to conserve water The video could have gone sideways on us a couple of ways, and thankfully it didn't. I really appreciate you sharing it for us. When it goes viral on TikTok, you can thank the board here for your viewing. So
you have my permission to reuse that, but the intent is not me. The intent is someone with celebrity. There's so many green-minded celebrities that would love to take that, step it up a notch, and probably show you a more handsome or a beautiful figure. And I think it would take off. I hope that my ambition and optimism is real. I mean, I hope that it's
truly.
True.
No, I appreciate your good intent here.
I wish the best of luck to all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Yeager. I really do appreciate your very good intent here. And again, it reminds me of many activities Californians are in the middle of as they think of ways to conserve in ways that are simple, but can, with the collective, might that we are, really make huge differences. And so just thank you. Thank you for that. And thank you for your time this morning. All the best.
Best wishes. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think that wraps up public forum. And so now we can move on to our agenda. Our first item on board business, the adoption of board meeting minutes. We do not have those minutes yet, so we will postpone adoption of them. So that brings us to item number 2, which, although uncontested, I think given our agenda, I'd like to have a presentation here and a quick discussion on I know we had a great opportunity to discuss tribal beneficial uses in the context of some other regions and their adoption of definitions. And here we have Los Angeles's adoption before us, and I think it would be great to be able to hear from JB and the region. So good morning. Thank you so much for traveling up and joining us here. LB, apologies.
Good morning.
Good morning. Oh, you may need to turn on the mic there.
Am I on? There I'm on. So my name is LB Nye, and I'm the section manager of the regional program section at the Los Angeles Water Board. And with me on Zoom is Stefani Darianto, who is a basin planner and the chief, the central staff person on incorporating these beneficial uses into our basin plan. And I also think I have on Zoom our executive officer, Renee Purdy, our assistant executive officer, Jenny Newman, and Sophie Froelich from the Office of Chief Counsel.
Thank you all for joining us.
And this is a proposed resolution for you to approve the incorporation of 3 beneficial uses into the Los Angeles region basin plan. And these are the tribal beneficial uses that you developed right here. And the subsistence fishing beneficial use. And I have a short presentation if you want to see it, just going over a little bit of the history and the challenges. So I don't know how to change slides. Do I just say change slide? Okay, change slide.
It's our version of a Google Assistant, but
yeah. So the tribal beneficial uses, sometimes referred to as cultural uses of water, were created, as you know, as you created them right here, as a result of years of activism and study and advocacy by the California Native American tribes and other parties. In 2014 and 15, the State Water Board received input from California Native American tribes and representatives regarding the frequent use of water unique to tribal culture, tradition, ceremonies, and lifeways. And during that time, the State Water Board also received input from environmental justice representatives concerning subsistence fishing by other individuals or cultures associated with their respective cultural practices or economic circumstances. So in 2016, State Board adopted a resolution which recognized the importance of identifying and describing beneficial uses unique to the California Native American tribes, in addition to subsistence fishing. And the State Board directed staff to develop the beneficial use definitions. And in May of 2017, the State Board adopted the statewide plan, the Inland Surface Waters Enclosed Basin Estuaries Plan, that defined 3 new tribal beneficial uses to be used by the regional boards. Can I have the next slide? So apart from the statewide plan that contains the tribal beneficial use definitions, there are other water board actions that also align with adopting tribal beneficial uses. And the first in LA is the LA Water Board Resolution 2020-004. And in that resolution, the Los Angeles Water Board identified adding tribal beneficial uses to its basin plan as a priority project during the 2020-2022 triennial review. And the second is the State Water Board Resolution 2021-0050, which condemns racism, xenophobia, bigotry, racial injustice, and strengthening the commitment to racial equity, diversity, inclusion, access, and anti-racism. So the adoption of tribal beneficial uses by the Los Angeles advances the Los Angeles Water Board's commitment to making racial equity and environmental justice central to our work as we're implementing our mission by recognizing the use of waters by the state of California Native American tribes. Next slide. So these are the definitions of the tribal beneficial uses and the subsistence fishing beneficial use. I won't read them out. I know you know them well, but these are the ones that we adopted into our, the regional water board adopted into our basin plan. And the next slide. So in order to apply the new beneficial uses, we'll have a two-step process. The first is we add the beneficial uses to our basin plan. That's the step that we're recommending you approve today. And the second, we identify the water bodies to which the beneficial uses apply. That's the designation of the water bodies. And that's a much bigger step. For the designation step, we'll conduct outreach and partner with our local tribes concerning the potential water body specific designations. Can I have the next slide? So outreach to stakeholders, and in particular, most importantly, collaboration with the Native American tribes in the Los Angeles region is critical to the success of designations. And in March of 21, we conducted an introductory meeting with tribes in the LA region, including the Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians, Kitch Nation, the Ventura Band of Chumash Indians, and the San Fernando Band of Mission Indians. And one effort I want to highlight, one of the tribal governments, the Kitch Nation, in collaboration with other tribes, received a Cal EPA Small Environmental Justice Grant in order to lead the compilation of tribal traditional activities in the LA region, including subsistence fishing and traditional cultural uses of water, and to develop a traditional use survey and collect information via phone and online. And the small grant was enough for them to begin the work, but not enough. And funding, as you know, that remains a significant hurdle. And the LA board is actively seeking funding, like as soon as possible type funding, to support the tribes so that they can have the time and resources that they need so that they can lead us in the designation process. And one additional challenging factor in the LA region is that we don't have the Los Angeles region, there are no federally recognized tribes in the Los Angeles region. There are a number of tribal governments, but none of them federally recognized. So we continue to meet with the tribal representatives as they continue their work, and we continue to explore potential avenues for additional funding. So for this resolution that you're considering today, in August of this year, we made it publicly available. And we got one support letter from the Santa Ynez Band of Chumash Indians. That letter was in support, so we didn't provide any response to comments. Kind of the last slide. Yeah. So in closing today, staff recommends the board approve the proposed basin plan amendment to incorporate the tribal tradition and culture, tribal subsistence fishing and subsisting fishing's beneficial use definitions into Chapter 2 of the Los Angeles Region Basin Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate you traveling up here, albeit today, to elevate the discussion. As you said, this is a two-step process. Right now, it's just the adoption of the definitions into the basin plan. But it is that moment to then acknowledge that there is a process moving forward to really begin to engage with the tribes at the regional level to make this real. And I think just being able to elevate that here today, being able to acknowledge it, I think what I hope serves is to continue to bring tribes to the table and to the discussion. But importantly, as you noted, it's about bringing capacity to tribes to engage in this. There's a lot of agencies out there engaging in tribal cultural and other work, and here have to be mindful that we have so many more resources on the state side to try to be engaging with tribes. It's incumbent upon us to really think of how they're resourced and how best that we communicate the pace, the scale of the work so that they can appropriately understand when best to engage. And so here's then that moment in time. So I really appreciate that.
Thank you. We really appreciate the opportunity.
Board Member Firestone, please.
Yeah, I'll just echo that. And thank you for all the leadership and Region 4 on this. And just to echo, I think, some of the points that you made in the presentation and that you just said, Chair Esquivel, that really the real work and the hard work is ahead of us in terms of designating water bodies. And that really needs to be driven by tribes. And in order for us to really do that effectively and also anytime soon, that's going to take some investment. And so I really want to make sure that as we look at, we're going to listen to our action plan tomorrow for the racial equity action plan, that this is something putting kind of our money where our mouth is, if you will, on really implementing and enabling us to live up to what we've declared in our resolution and are laying out in our action plan. I think that's something that we can do as an early action and partnering with the regions to enable them to work with tribes and really searching for resources creatively across the water boards and Cali PA. Thanks. And I'm happy to move for adoption.
You're here. Thank you, Board Member. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Ms. Tyler, can you call the roll call vote?
Board Member Firestone?
Aye.
Board Member Morgan? Aye. Board Member McGuire?
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo?
Aye.
Chair Esquivel?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous, and
Thank you.
look forward to the work ahead. Thank you so much for coming up and presenting this morning.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. With that, we are now moving on to a tranche of informational items, and the first being item number 3, our drought update and current hydrologic conditions. I know Mr. Ekdahl is out, and so we have some great folks from our program here. I think Abby Warner here will lead us in the discussion, and we have Riley Nolan as well. Good to see you. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Esquivel, Vice Chair Diadamo, and members of the board. My name is Abby Warner, and I'm an environmental scientist in the Division of Water Rights, Drought Planning, Hearings, and Special Projects section. I will be providing the hydrologic and drought update today. With me to support the drought update is Water Resource Control Engineer Riley Nolan, who is also part of the Drought Planning, Hearings, and Special Projects section. So we could go to the next slide, please. Here's a brief overview of the agenda. We'll cover the current hydrologic conditions, followed by an update on the specific watersheds with active emergency curtailment regulations in place. I will then discuss dry well groundwater conditions and water conservation briefly before handing the presentation over to Eric Zuniga for the Division of Drinking Water's drought update. Next slide, please. On this slide, we have an overview of the major water supply reservoirs throughout the state of California. As you can see, most of the reservoirs on this slide are well below the historical average storage for this point in the year. For example, Shasta is at 59% of the historical average and 32% of total capacity. Similarly, Oroville is at 64% of historical average and 34% of total capacity. Next slide, please. As of October 11th, the Colorado River Watershed Drought Monitor shows that the majority of the basin is experiencing at least moderate drought. Most of the areas in severe or extreme drought are concentrated in the state of Utah. Lake Mead and Lake Powell are the 2 largest reservoirs in the Colorado River Basin. As of October 13th, the water level in Lake Mead was 1,045 feet, which is approximately 95 feet above the minimum power pool. In Lake Powell, the water level was 3,530 feet, which is approximately 40 feet above the minimum power pool. I'll note also that Chris Harris from the Colorado River Board will provide a more extensive update on the Colorado River Basin at a future board meeting. Next slide, please. Now we'll get into the watershed specific updates, starting with the Bay Delta watershed. There is an upcoming staff workshop scheduled for November 9th on the proposed refined watershed analysis and priority date adjustments in the water unavailability methodology for the Delta watershed. The workshop notice and technical documents can be found on the Delta Drought webpage. Regarding curtailments, the table to the right shows the current curtailment status of the subwatersheds in the Delta, which went into effect on Wednesday, October 12th. As a reminder, subwatersheds whose priority date of first curtailment says watershed are curtailed to the overall status of the broader watershed. For example, the Upper Feather is curtailed to watershed, meaning curtailments go back to 1960. Where the chart says riparian, all water rights and claims in that subwatershed are curtailed, including riparian water right claims. More broadly, curtailments in the Sacramento River watershed and legal delta currently go back to 1960, and curtailments in the San Joaquin River watershed go back to 1919. I will note that several subwatersheds have more senior curtailments in effect. Staff plans to issue the next curtailment status update today, effective tomorrow, October 19th. They expect that this update may show a deepening of curtailments consistent with hydrologic conditions. As a reminder, diverters should check the website to see their exact curtailment status. In addition, water rights holders and claimants who submitted compliance certification forms or exception requests are not required to resubmit as a result of the emergency regulation readoption. Next slide, please. Moving on to Mill and Deer Creeks. On October 6th, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife notified the State Water Board that adult Central Valley steelhead are present in the Sacramento River. On October 7th, the State Water Board sent out curtailment orders with an in-stream flow requirement of 50 cubic feet per second, or CFS, beginning on October 15th. The current in-stream requirement remains at 50 cubic feet per second. Next slide, please. Now we have the Russian River watershed. As of October 12th, storage in Lake Mendocino was just under 40,000 acre feet and has been decreasing at a rate of approximately 1,000 acre feet per week. The current level of storage is similar to October 2020. However, a dry winter would present challenges for this system. Next slide, please. Curtailments remain in place for 328 appropriative rights. Rights junior to 1949 are curtailed in the main stem of the Upper Russian River, though priority dates of curtailment vary throughout the Russian River subbasins. Although there are no riparian reductions at this time, riparian diverters are still held to their 100% water budget allocation, which I'll note for some users, this is still 0 acre feet. Diverters should check the curtailment status list available on the webpage for their monthly water budget. Division staff will reassess conditions and available forecasts and may post a revised curtailment status list if supplies change. At this time, the voluntary water sharing program remains temporarily suspended due to insufficient supplies. Next slide, please. Now turning to the Scott-Shasta watersheds. In the Scott River watershed, all surface and groundwater rights remain curtailed. As of 8:30 a.m. this morning, the flow at the USGS gauge near Fort Jones was 7.8 cubic feet per second. The requirement for October minimum flows is 40 cubic feet per second. In the Shasta River watershed, water rights are conditionally curtailed to a priority date of March 1st, 1850. Water right holders are required to coordinate diversions with the Scott Valley and Shasta Valley Water Master District and State Water Board as applicable. As of 9 a.m. this morning, the flow at the USGS gauge near Wairika was 99.4 cubic feet per second. The October minimum flow requirement is 105 cubic feet per second. The livestock prohibition remains in effect through March. The division continues to review and approve groundwater local cooperative solutions in the Scott River watershed. Guidance proposals and determinations are available at the webpage shown on this slide. Next slide, please. This slide shows flows in the Scott River watershed relative to the flow requirement since the regulation went into effect in September 2021. The gauged flows are shown in blue, while the flow requirement is shown in red. As you can see from this slide, the Scott River watershed is a dynamic system with flows responding strongly to precipitation events. Without major storage projects to help regulate the system, close monitoring and timely implementation are required to ensure that flows are best managed to meet in-stream flows while providing for diversions when conditions permit. Next slide, please. This slide provides the same visual for the Shasta River watershed, with flows in blue shown relative to the flow requirement in red. As you can see, flows respond to precipitation events. However, they remain more stable year-round due to the contribution of springs and the presence of Lake Shastina. Next slide, please. As always, the Drought webpage is the best place to get updates on all of the watersheds with emergency curtailment regulations. For specific updates, we encourage people to join our email subscription lists listed on the slide. Next slide, please. Returning to the statewide drought update, one metric to understand current drought conditions is in comparison to the 2015 drought, for example, by looking at the number of dry wells. This slide shows the number of dry wells reported in the month of September for 2015, 2021, and 2022. You can see a map of dry wells on the left and the number of dry wells per quarter on the right. On the topic of groundwater, the California Department of Water Resources recently released their semi-annual groundwater conditions update report, which we won't discuss today, but may be covered in a future update. Lastly, we don't have a slide for the water conservation update, but so far we are seeing approximately 11% water savings statewide for this September as compared to September 2021. This number comes from reporting by water suppliers who represent 65% of the population, and there will be further updates at future meetings. We appreciate very much people's continued efforts to conserve water. Unless there are any questions at this point, I will now turn the presentation over to Eric Zuniga at the Division of Drinking Water.
I just want to thank you for the presentation and for the flag on conservation numbers. We've been trying to give early preview as we get reporting in on how the month is doing. And so to hear that we're at approximately 11% for September is exactly what we want to continue to hear. One wonders, how much the monsoonal moisture that we've been seeing kind of flowing up from the south has helped provide those opportunities to reduce irrigation for folks to conserve. Whatever the patterns may be amongst it, being able to see 11% is important, especially as we look at the drying of the Colorado, especially as we all continue to hear, as we know, the challenges we're going to be facing in the years ahead. This is really important progress. Board Member McGuire.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. I just wanted to add that we did in September have record-breaking heat wave of a week over 115 degrees, at least in Sacramento and through much of the state. So it really is remarkable, I would say, what we've achieved over the last couple of years.
You're here. Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you so much. This was, as always, a great presentation. One thing that stands out to me is on the Scott River, how we are below the emergency minimum flows. And I'm wondering if we have looked at, or maybe this can be a follow-up, but just looking at if that's if we think what we think are potential contributing or causes of that in terms of, is it an enforcement issue, or is it, does it come down to groundwater pumping that may be, earlier in the season, or, other causes for why we are significantly below our minimum flows, even as we, are implementing our emergency regs.
Thank you very much for that question. I think that's a great question. We'd be happy to look into that and then get back to you. Thanks.
Thank you. And I think we now have our folks at the Division of Drinking Water, perhaps. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel and board members. Here to present the Division of Drinking Water Drought Update. Let's go to the next slide. So our numbers have not changed, but one of the biggest there was a change, which we removed one water system from our drought warning systems, but then we added another one in its place. So the number didn't change, but there was a change. So I'll describe a little bit more about that water system that came off for very good reason. But the one that came on was a water system, Mirabella, who's on the verge of hauling water, and we're working to get DWR funding in place for the hauling and also for an emergency intertie so that water system won't be in that situation anymore. Currently for the drought emergency systems, there's only actually 3 now systems that have not recently reported. So we are improving our numbers of reporting for these systems that are on these lists. Next slide, please. So speaking of reporting, we have just 6 systems that don't have an account right now that we're working on, 6 high priority systems that don't have an account. We have 150 reports off across 140 systems. So we actually increased our compliance from closer to about 20% to about 48% compliance in September. So our numbers are improving and they are getting better, with 43% coming from 43 systems. 19 systems on drought warning and emergency with the highest number of missing reports. So we'll obviously be targeting, working on getting that number down, since those are the higher priority systems. And we have 12 water systems reported with severe water shortage that we expected 13. So just 1 system that still is not reporting, and they're reflected in some of the other statistics that I mentioned. For the next slide, just wanted to talk about De Rancho and Mobile Villa. So this water system in mid-August experienced a loss of water supply in their single well. They established a temporary intertie with Cal Water Service Bakersfield, and through our DFA funded contract through technical assistance, we constructed a permanent intertie with Cal Water Service Bakersfield, and they are basically on their way out of the water business. It just needs to be formalized, but that has basically established a permanent source of supply for that system, and that is why we took them off of the warning, and they will be off of the orders as well eventually. So just highlighting the great work that that our field staff have done, and also our DFA funding has moved quickly to be able to get these folks a permanent supply of water. And that's the last slide I have for today.
Thank you, Mr. Zuniga. I think what we're definitely seeing and you have seen here throughout the years is whether it's drought or wildfires or these moments that are catastrophic and unfortunate for the community, they do drive discussions and solutions and here consolidations in the drinking water side and sanitation side that are actually really important for the future as well. So as unfortunate as the conditions are, they are at least leading to solutions as well. So I appreciate that flag.
Thank you.
Any questions? Yes, please, Vice Chair.
Sorry to be a bit out of order here, but in follow-up to Board Member Firestone's good question about flows on the Scott, I just thought I'd chime in here that, I'd recall that when we adopted, there were some significant questions about whether or not those flows could even be achieved. And so I think those are very good questions, and they merit, maybe more than just coming back with a quick response. I think getting some information sooner rather than later is good. But then when we go to readopt, I think that it would be helpful to have a good, robust discussion about that. Getting an update on the flows, the science, the interconnectivity. I think that will help with, some of the ongoing questions that community members have.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that, Vice Chair. I know that as we went to adoption and even readoption, that was, continues to be part of the discussion is the difference in hydrology and how much that drives, these outcomes, or is it enforcement? Is it other things? I think we just need to better unpack it. So appreciate that. Any other questions from our fellow colleagues? We do have one commenter, I believe, 2 commenters at this time, so we can go to them if not. All right. Then let us hear from Kaya Rivers, and then who will be followed by Deirdre Desjardins. Good morning.
Thank you, Board, for the opportunity to provide comments today. And my name is Kaya Rivers, and I'm a policy advocate at Community Water Center, highlighting the need to protect small disadvantaged communities' access to drinking water. Drought and overpumping have strained our water supply and dried numerous wells in California since 2020. And via nonprofit and state-funded interim solutions, drought-impacted households and communities are able to experience relief from their drinking water emergencies. However, as the drought persists in California, more households will need to access these interim solutions. And though interim solutions play a crucial role in providing support to drought-impacted households, interim solutions are not sustainable for the long term. The ultimate goal is to provide residents with access to reliable drinking water through well replacements, consolidations, and other long-term solutions. However, as time progresses, accessing many of these long-term solutions is becoming increasingly more difficult. Technical assistance organizations have estimated that it will take 20 years to provide 1,600 households that are currently on interim solutions with well replacements. And as the drought continues, this number will likely continue to swell, only further delaying the timeframe that households will be able to secure a long-term solution. To address the issue head-on, the overall extraction from groundwater basins must be reduced. Groundwater over-extraction coupled with recurring intense, frequent, and extended droughts predicted by climate change models means that drinking water insecurity that residents currently face will only continue to worsen and impact more communities. Under the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, or SGMA, groundwater sustainability agencies have the power and responsibility to protect domestic well users by reducing groundwater extraction. However, after reviewing groundwater sustainability plans within the Cahuilla, Kings, and Madera subbasins, we found that these plans do not provide adequate protection to vulnerable communities in their jurisdiction. I encourage the State Water Board to work closely in consultation with the Department of Water Resources to ensure that drinking water needs are truly protected by identifying, frankly, the lingering deficiencies of these plans and welcoming GSAs to make the necessary changes under the State Water Board's management. Thank you again, as always, to provide comments.
Thank you, Ms. Rivers, for your continued focus and your organization's continued focus on the long term, even as we do respond in the short. What's not lost on me certainly is you look back to 2014, 2015, just 7 years ago, 8 years ago, and the state's response was not one of being able to support thousands of households that have gone dry, but it's through the last years that we've made this shift to the state really saying, we're going to fulfill the human right to water. Now households should go dry, but it does put pressure on what is the obviousness of what we do in the long term. And we have to keep an eye on how long it's taking to get replacement wells, how we're going to resource it, how we're going to address this. And it's certainly a conversation with the legislature and the governor as well. I know everyone is watching, and here I'm just incredibly impressed by the ability to continue to respond to communities. And we, with another dry year, are going to need to have conversations around it. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Much appreciated. And now we can go to Deirdre Desjardins. Good to see you this morning, Desjardins.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. I wanted to comment. I've been looking closely at how climate change is affecting the Sacramento River watershed, and runoff efficiency goes down in droughts because the root zone is dried out and it creates a bucket that has to be filled before the landscape will generate runoff. Runoff efficiency in the Sac River watershed is now down to levels that we're seeing towards the end of the extreme Dust Bowl era drought of late 1920s to 1930s. And there's similar conditions with lowered runoff efficiency in the lower Colorado River Basin. And climate change is definitely forcing us towards these lowered runoff efficiencies. Not only are we seeing increased temperatures, which increase evapotranspiration, but because the spring and fall shoulder seasons are now drier, this exacerbates the drying of the watershed. So it's important. The Water Board is looking at curtailments and why aren't we seeing as much water in the streams in spite of the curtailments? it's because the landscape is just thirstier, and you may also be losing water to groundwater. The lower Sacramento River watershed becomes a losing stretch during droughts, such as we're seeing, and I'm sure a lot of other stream reaches do as well. So it's really a time of profound challenges for the water board, and it's something I'm trying to tease out and talking to climate scientists, because it does need to inform your curtailments. If I could wave my magic wand, I'd give the water board a team of climate scientists to help you. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Desjardins, and hopefully you find that magic wand. But truly, thank you for your comments. You know, on runoff efficiency, to your point, it continues to be something that we have to be better accounting for, is why we talk about aridification in the long term, because that's what that means. You know, it really is about quantifying and better accounting for. And as I understand it, I know we're using the California, Nevada forecasts, which are doing a pretty good job of really accounting for what actual runoff efficiencies are looking for. And here we just need to continue to, in our decision making, make sure that it is informed by this best information, and appreciate you always being so good about highlighting what that is. So thank you. Okay, and I think if board members, any further comment, that wraps up our comment on informational item number 3. And thank you everyone for the good discussion. That then allows us to move on. Let me see, what time are we at? 10:30. Let's move on to item number 4, which will be a presentation of a draft report by the Department of Water Resources and Bureau of Reclamation pursuant to one of the conditions on our February 15th, 2022 Delta Temporary Urgency Change Petition Reconsideration Order. We don't do ourselves favors sometimes in the bureaucracy. Good morning, good to see you. And we have with us Rosie Hartman. Thanks so much for joining us this morning. You may need to turn on the microphone here so that you have a booming voice in the room.
All right, that's better. Thank you very much for having me. My name's Rosemary Hartman, and I am a scientist from the Department of Water Resources, here to talk about a report we did on the 2021 TUCO and the impact of that TUCO and the emergency drought barrier on harmful algal blooms and aquatic weeds in the Delta. A similar report is being prepared for 2022, for the 2022 TUCO, that will be coming out later this year. Next slide. So the major points that I want to get across today is that we did not find any evidence for an impact of the temporary urgency change order, or TUCO, on harmful algal blooms or aquatic weeds in the Delta. The major driving factor behind the long-term harmful algal bloom patterns had more to do with the extreme dry conditions we were under at the time. However, the emergency drought barrier at West Falls River most likely did exacerbate the harmful algal blooms in Frank's Tract itself, the area right near the barrier. And the barrier did change the distribution of aquatic weeds nearby, but not the overall coverage. The human impacts of these changes were small, but difficult to assess. And overall, what we found in preparing this report is that harmful algal blooms are much bigger than the impacts of one drought action. It's larger than the State Water Project, definitely larger than a single temporary urgency change order. We need an interagency integrated approach to monitoring, assessing the impacts, and eventually controlling harmful algal blooms in the Delta. Next slide. So the TUCO, as you probably remember, reduced Delta outflow in June and July of 2021 from 4,000 to 3,000 CFS, and during that time period, limited water project exports to below 1,500 CFS. Next slide. The emergency drought barrier was in West Falls River, just on the west side of Frank's Tract in the middle of the Delta, and it was put in place to reduce salinity at the State Water Project pumping facilities. This was the same location that a barrier was put in the drought of 2015, and during that 2015 barrier, we did not see any major harmful algal blooms, though we did see changes to weed distribution at the time. Next slide. So when I say harmful algal blooms, which is often abbreviated HABs, I'm mostly talking about harmful cyanobacteria. Most commonly in the Delta, we see microcystis. That's the one that we've had the most research on, but there are other types of cyanobacteria that can have toxins. Microcystis does produce toxins that can be harmful to pets, people, and the environment, though it is not always toxic. This has been an increasing problem in the Delta since the early 2000s. It was first seen in the late 90s and has been a regular feature of the Delta ever since. We know that increased severity of blooms are correlated to increased temperature, decreased flow, and increased light. So they really like slow-moving, warm, clear water. Next slide. When I say aquatic weeds, I'm mostly talking about invasive, submerged, and floating aquatic vegetation. Some major species of submerged vegetation is usually Brazilian waterweed. It's one of the most common. For floating, it's the water hyacinth that you'll frequently see. And this, again, has become an increasing problem since the 90s. And while these species were around, they didn't tend to take over. I'm not really sure why they've taken over so much in the past 20 years. They interfere with navigation, water quality, native species habitat. State Parks Division of Boating and Waterways does have a treatment program. However, it is extremely expensive to treat weeds at scale, and it is potentially not as effective as it could be. Next slide. So first I'm going to go through our analysis of harmful algal blooms. Next slide. Fortunately, the Delta has a huge network of monitoring. Most of it is not designed to monitor harmful algal blooms, but we have a lot of boats on the water. And one of the things that all of our fish and water quality surveys do is they just look in the water to see, okay, is microcystis present? And they record it on a scale of 1 to 5. We also do grab samples for phytoplankton community composition, sample nutrients, flow. We can now use satellite images and some other new tools to monitor cyanobacteria. We have continuous water quality sensors for dissolved oxygen, temperature, et cetera, all the time. And recently, there has been more and more cyanotoxin sampling. There isn't a lot of routine sampling in the Central Delta, but the Water Boards has some. Restore the Delta has a new program. And at several hotspots, we have a little more data. And several special studies have been started in just the last 2 years, which gave us some really good data to put in this report. Next slide. So that visual index that I mentioned is our largest and longest data set. And what we see is that there's more microcystis in dry years. Next. So that's the years highlighted in red there. All of those bars are pretty darn tall. But while there's differences in between the bars, our statistical analysis, which is noted with the letters on top, showed that these dry years weren't significantly different from each other. All dry years are bad, pretty much. Next, those wet years, those 2017 and 2019, we saw much lower harmful algal blooms in those years. But we didn't see a difference between 2021 that had a TUCO and 2020, which did not. Next. That was, Delta-wide. We also looked regionally within the Delta, and we see that certain areas always have higher harmful algal blooms, such as the area around Frank's Tract, the lower Sacramento River, lower San Joaquin River, the old and middle river corridor in South Delta. But none of these areas had worse harmful algal blooms in 2021 than 2020. Next. So that's looking across the entire summer, broad scale. And that can mask some very local, intense, short-lived events. For example, we saw a bloom of microcystis in Frank's Tract in late July and early August of 2021. Sort of started on the east side of the tract and then moved across the entire tract. And we could monitor this using our satellite data and some rapid water quality sensors that we have out there. Fortunately, toxin levels remained low. The highest we saw in Frank's Tract was 0.8 micrograms per liter. that is right around the level that the water board would, the California harmful algal bloom group would say that there's a warning. The caution level would be at 6 micrograms per liter, and we wouldn't get to the danger level until 12 micrograms per liter. So pretty low toxins, but it was a significant amount of cyanobacteria there. Next slide. There's other areas of the Delta that we do see dangerous levels of cyanobacteria pretty much every year, such as the Port of Stockton, Discovery Bay, and Big Break. But these have been bad every year for at least the past 5 years. Even in 2017, which was a very high flow year, we still had really bad toxins in some of these hotspots. So the fact that it continued to be bad in 2021 was not likely to be due to the TUCO. Next slide. The barrier did definitely change hydrodynamics within Frank's Tract. Like I said, harmful algal blooms like slow moving clear water, and the barrier definitely slowed the water down on the west side of the tract. That's the red color you see in the with barrier map there. But it actually increased flow on the east side of the tract. So it's a little odd because the bloom that we saw actually started on the east side. So there's something else going on. It isn't a real clear smoking gun that the barrier caused it, but it probably did change flows enough in the area that it made that bloom worse. Next slide. And as I mentioned, temperature is the other major thing that will drive harmful algal blooms. 2021 was not quite as hot as 2020 was, but it was still pretty darn hot. And, I just have shown the past few years here, looking at the long-term time scale, the Delta water temperature has been getting hotter over time. So that is probably part of why we're seeing worse harmful algal blooms now. Next slide. So we didn't see any direct evidence for the TUCO affecting harmful algal blooms, but the barrier probably did contribute to that one bloom at Frank's Tract. Exactly how is a little unclear. We really need a better, more coordinated monitoring program that goes beyond just the effects of these specific actions. Next slide. And then just a preview of what things were like this past summer. And again, the report on this will be coming out in December, the draft report. There was another cyanobacterial bloom, but instead of microcystis, it was a different genus. It was Dolichospermum, and it was not toxic. None of our cyanotoxin grabs showed any levels of toxins, which was odd, and we haven't seen this kind of bloom in the Delta before. The other hotspots that I mentioned, those were toxic again this year, but the full report, again, is to come. Next slide. Talking about aquatic weeds, next. We had 2 major data sets that we used here: hyperspectral imagery, which is a airplane flight over the Delta, takes pictures through the water to see the vegetation, and then rake samples that will go out with a rake and ground truth that imagery. Next. We have data for the whole Delta, but I'm just going to show you Frank's Tract because that was the area most affected by the barrier and TUCO. Well, the TUCO probably did not affect weeds at all because it did not significantly change velocities. But the barrier did change velocities. And in Frank's Tract, we have these hyperspectral images for most of the past 18 years. And you see from 2004 through 2014, some weeds in Frank's Tract kind of bounces back and forth. Then 2015 through 2021, Frank's Tract kind of filled in and stayed pretty much filled in. The worst year was probably 2017, then 2018, and other years have been pretty darn full of weeds. Next. And just pointing out, the 2015 and 2021 were years with a barrier, and they looked similar to, but a little less dense than 2017. Next. So if we look at Frank's Tract without a barrier, next. We see the water is mostly moving in through False River in a big jet, fast flow through there. And that kind of clears out the inside of the tract. Next. Whereas when a barrier is in place, next, most of the flow is coming through Old River, and it actually cleared out the weeds on the east side of the tract, which was kind of interesting to me. And that east side is also where we saw that harmful algal bloom. So it's possible that the reduction in weeds might have contributed to that bloom, or at least made the bloom more visible. Next. When we look delta-wide, we see a similar pattern to Frank's Tract. Things were relatively stable at around 15% weeds over the whole delta. Then it jumped up to almost 20 or 30% weeds around 2015 and really filled in 2017 and has just stayed thick ever since. Next. So we didn't see really any changes in those wet years versus dry years. It's just stayed dense even in 2017, which we were surprised. We thought that there would be an effect of the drought on weeds, and we did not see that. Next. The major thing has been the shift in recent years. Next. And we did see the shift within Frank's Tract. Total coverage was about the same, but it moved kind of from the west side to the east side. Next. We also looked to see whether vulnerable communities in the area were negatively affected by these changes. And we saw, based on the census blocks in the area, that there are high percentages of low-income and minority populations in the area surrounding Frank's Tract where we saw that bloom. The bloom we saw in Frank's Tract, again, had low toxin levels. So there probably was no direct recreational impact, but there's potential for other impacts. Aesthetically, it was probably not great. We did not assess fishing impacts. There's a lot more to be done here. Next. We do have data from other surveys that show that Delta residents, particularly vulnerable community members, are highly concerned about harmful algal blooms on the broad scale. The impact of the barrier may have been small, but the impact of harmful algal blooms is definitely large and is definitely a large problem. Next. So we really need this more comprehensive approach to harmful algal blooms in the Delta. And that's why I am really excited about the Delta Science Program's Delta Harmful Algal Blooms Workshop coming up in a couple weeks that DWR is participating in. And the goal of that workshop is to put together a framework for a multi-agency effort at outreach and monitoring for harmful algal blooms that will assess multiple drivers and multiple impacts on people, fish, wildlife, etc. Next, yeah, and that's what I have. I will be happy to answer any questions.
Appreciate the presentation and completely agree that these are complex issues within not just the Delta, but I think of the San Francisco Bay where, you know, there was a marine algal, harmful algal bloom, or Clear Lake, or other so many water bodies. And I know DWR has been a fantastic partner in continuing to, because of the impact even on state water project facilities and harmful algal blooms, a great partner in trying to figure out how we really unpack this. I know what comes to mind are the water board's water quality programs as well, whether it's irrigated lands regulatory program, but also oncoming work like our biostimulatory work that, you know, helps us say, okay, what are the inputs, what are the dynamics, and how is it that we can all best grapple with something that is going to obviously be more of an issue in a warming climate. And just thanks. I think this has been, I know the spirit of this was to unpack in our decision making, what are these impacts that are happening specific to the temporary urgency change orders and petitions that we're responding to. But I appreciate that it is contributing to what is this greater body of knowledge that is about the longer term and the more complex issues that we see and dynamics that are driving some of this. The highly altered system, and there's here, you know, hearing the nexuses with the barriers and weeds and activities. We just need to continue to really be mindful of how it is that we learn most from these opportunities, and we're doing certainly that. So thank you for this. The only, I guess, question would just be what did you see, you know, tidal influences as well, sort of impacting any sort of species or sort of proliferate? You know, I often, you know, think of those tidal influences and how we might start working with them. Were those, you know, seen as somewhat of a variable, or is it really just that freshwater kind of pulses and its movement or stopping of through barriers that we saw the most impacts?
Actually, a lot of the impacts in terms of flow and velocity in that area really are driven by the tides, especially when we're in this drought condition where the amount of freshwater flow is really pretty low. We saw major differences in harmful algal bloom abundance and distribution when you compare 2017 to 2021, but 2020 to 21, not so much. Those changes to flow around the barrier, those are all caused by changes in the directions of tides. And for aquatic weeds, they're less concerned with the amount of fresh water coming in and the net flow than they are with how fast is the water moving right now. And that is really driven by the tides. It's ripping in and out, back and forth, much faster than it's actually moving towards the ocean.
Great, thank you for that. Yes, please, Vice Chair.
This was really interesting. Thank you for the presentation. And I agree, not just in terms of the information that could help determine effects of the TUCP, but the broader issue. And you speak really quickly, so I was trying to digest as much as I could, but just a couple of questions. So it seems like the one spot where there needs to be additional monitoring is Frank's Tract. And you had indicated that in the slide. So could you talk a little bit more about, I think more monitoring system-wide, but in particular on that Frank's Tract issue?
Well, in assessing the effect of the barrier, monitoring around Frank's Tract was really important. So that's where I focused a lot of my discussion. And this past year, 2022, DWR and Reclamation really stepped up our monitoring in that area surrounding the barrier, more regular cyanotoxin monitoring. I think in general, though, this does need to be a Delta-wide approach, not focused particularly on Frank's Tract, especially if there isn't a barrier in place. The areas we see harmful algal blooms most frequently tend to be the central delta around Frank's Tract, as well as down Old Middle River Corridor and the South Delta, San Joaquin. We see less of it in like the North Delta, Sacramento River, Liberty Island area. So in a sort of tiered approach to monitoring, we'd probably focus more cyanotoxin grab samples and fancier sensors that we put in to look at cyanotoxins or cyanobacteria in real time. Those would probably be focused more in that central South Delta area. But that's where, we're working with our partners at the Delta Science Program, at the water boards. The Freshwater Harmful Algal Bloom Program has been great partners in helping get us data. Been really great working with them on going back and forth on what a good monitoring plan should look like, what questions are important, frequency of sampling, et cetera.
Okay, and then next question is Department of Boating and Waterways. I seem to recall there was some additional funding that they received, and I don't know how far back, but that there was increased funding and increased activity and a better understanding about how to remove some of the weeds. And so is that something you could speak to? And if not, maybe the next time you come back.
Yeah, so they will probably be able to speak to this better than I, but I believe they did get, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, after sort of a hiatus, they received some more funding that would allow them to do more. And their floating aquatic vegetation control program tends to be pretty effective. The floating weeds, they can control a little better. Those maps that I showed, the floating vegetation was in yellow and you could hardly see it. The submerged vegetation, they are still underfunded to treat the whole delta. And then even if they could treat the whole delta, they're restricted in which species of weeds they're allowed to treat. And for example, Frank's Tract is not only has invasive Brazilian waterweed, it also has a whole suite of native species that are acting like invasive. So they're taking over the whole water column, they're snarling people's boats, but the DBW doesn't have permission to treat them. So they can't actually treat in Frank's Tract. There's also issues in terms of when flows are too high, the submerged herbicides they use don't tend to work very well. It can take up to 2 years of treatment every 2 weeks, dumping a lot of herbicide in the Delta to be effective. And if flows are really high, it just washes away before it can have an effect. So they are looking at doing some pilot treatment areas, looking at different techniques, different herbicides, mechanical methods, barriers, things like that. But a lot of it's still sort of in the experimental stage. And in order to do it at scale, it would be quite expensive.
Okay, and then the last question has to do with process going forward, and maybe that's for us to kind of chat about as well. So it seems to me that there's the scientific review, and then there's public opinion. And it would be great if we could get to the place. So your report, it appears, is going to say that there, was not an impact, except maybe a little bit in Frank's tract. Continued monitoring would be needed, but that there was not an impact as a result of the TUCP. So I guess the next question is, you've got a final report coming out. What is the department doing, or what should we be considering doing in terms of receiving input from the community? Because as long as there is this concern about public health and impacts on the water body and the environment, I think that we're going to continue to hear concerns. And so it just seems to me that top priority should be, making sure that the information is correct. And then, once we have it where, we feel comfortable with the findings, looking at ways to engage with the community to have that ongoing dialogue.
Definitely. And so the report that we submitted last week, that was the final version. If we get substantive new information based on the outcomes of this meeting today, we can add an addendum. We submitted a draft of this report last December and received public comments on it, presented this at the January meeting. And we have engaged in outreach with tribal groups. We got comments from Restore the Delta and met with Restore the Delta to address their concerns. Then a draft report was submitted back in June that had 2 months or so of public comment period. And we got comments from Water Board staff and Restore the Delta and incorporated those comments into this report. I think from interactions with the public on this, I know that this is something that people care deeply about. It's been difficult to keep this report on the effects of the TUCO and the barrier versus the effects of harmful algal blooms in general, because I think that's what the public really wants to talk about and get answers on. And I can only address in this report the impacts of the TUCO and the barrier based on the data we collected. So that's where we need the broader scale integrated effort to tackle HABs on beyond just the TUCO and the barrier. And I apologize for speaking so quickly. I was a little overwhelmed with being told that I needed to put my whole report in 10 minutes. Like, this is my baby.
It was not meant to be criticism. It's just that I could only take notes so quickly. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosemary. Board Member Firestone.
Great, thank you. And thanks again. There's, I think, so much to digest. I'm really interested in, I guess, understanding. It's really exciting to see the upcoming discussion that's going to be happening more broadly with the Delta Science Program. Were you able to get, I understand there's, were you able to get, and was there feedback from the scientific community on the analysis piece of, how are you teasing out these complex interactions with temperature and nutrients and flow, and it sounds like weeds, and understanding whether really being able to piece out, was there an impact from the TUCP or TUCO, within, obviously, I think looking at the charts that you presented, it wasn't, it's certainly not the thing that makes all the difference from if you look at 1 year to the next. But I guess that doesn't mean that there's not an impact, because it's really looking at teasing apart. I'm not a scientist or regression analysis expert or statistician, but my understanding is there's a lot of analysis that goes into really understanding and teasing out whether there is in fact an impact. And so I'm just wondering what you were able to get in the time frame that you had in terms of scientific review and input.
Yeah, so we obviously got input from State Water Board staff, scientists. Also, before we submitted the report in June, we sent it to several outside experts from USGS and as well as local experts on harmful algal blooms. And I presented at several interagency scientific meetings to get feedback on, am I doing this right? Does this make sense? Some of the, I only had a small amount of time to share with you all the things we did in this report, but we really tried to take, lines of evidence approach. So I showed you 2 or 3 lines of evidence. There was 3 or 4 more that we looked at. We did a regression of delta outflow, project exports, temperature, salinity, turbidity, to see which of the major factors did drive harmful algal blooms, and did any of the ones that the TUCO change increase the likelihood of harmful algal blooms. And we found that for project exports were a significant predictor of harmful algal blooms. So low exports, reduced residence time in the South Delta, more likely to have harmful algal blooms. However, we would have had to increase exports way more than we actually could given the water year conditions in order to have a measurable impact on harmful algal blooms. So that's where gave us extra reason to think that the TUCO was not gonna be what caused a change to harmful algal blooms in the Delta.
Yeah, I guess I'm just hoping we can, and to the point that the vice chair said, I think the more that we can maybe learn from and follow the the Delta Science Program's efforts specifically on this. I know we get the Delta scientists updates regularly, and there's a ton going on. But I think, given in particular not only the water board and the public's priority on this, but some of the understanding the impacts of different various decisions that we make, including the TUCO, being able to have more kind of public discussion on that more collective science program that can, more comprehensively understand the interconnections that are there. And to your point, Chair Esquivel, I know I was able to tour Sac Regional Water Treatment Plant, and certainly nutrients, and you made the point on our biostimulatory policy, but is one of the many factors in this, and they've been doing a huge amount. It's really exciting to see the work that's going to be coming on fully implemented any day. But in terms of understanding, we're seeing major investments and changes in nutrients to improve nutrients, climate change, huge temperature impacts and drought years. But that really does change, what are the levers that we have to be able to interact in that new hydrology, and also the improved water quality conditions. And so just the more that we can tease that out, like you said, Vice Chair, in a more public sphere where there's buy-in with everybody, I think helps so much. So appreciate your efforts and just look forward to that.
Thank you, board member. We do have a few commenters. Looking to my other colleagues, though, in case there are any questions or comments. And hearing none, we have your colleague from our colleague from Bureau of Reclamation, Christy Arend, on. And I know she's speak if necessary, so I'm just providing her that opportunity in case she wants to add anything to the discussion.
Thank you for providing the opportunity to add to the discussion. I don't really have anything to add at this point in time. I'm leading up the report for this year, so I just wanted to be here in case anyone had any questions regarding that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Really appreciate you attending and being part of this good work. Next then, I'd like to call up Spencer Fern. Good morning.
Good morning, thank you. Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Okay, cool. Thank you, good morning, board members, and thank you for the opportunity to comment. Rosemary brings up a lot of good points about the harmful algal blooms being a focus in the Delta as a whole. And speaking as someone who has been monitoring blooms this past year and their toxins, and specifically microcystins, I can say that the danger levels are warranted in Stockton, at least from initial results, and areas like Big Break and Discovery Bay, and these problems are tied into high water temperatures and lack of flow, as well as water clarity. And I think that's where we were coming from with our comments on the salinity barrier over in West Falls River, which is changing the water flow and making it so that it's more stagnant in the waters, and kind of may have exacerbated the harmful algal bloom problem there. But she also brought up a good point about how harmful algal blooms are the bigger issue in the Delta than maybe the TUCO or the TUCO. Considering that there, at least from what I understand from water board staff, there aren't necessarily real set standards for cyanobacteria. I feel like that needs to change. Like there needs to be a little bit more enforcement, a little bit more attention to detail when it comes to these blooms that are becoming a nuisance each and every year. It's getting worse. Using data from previous years doesn't seem appropriate anymore, considering that the world is changing so rapidly with climate change. But considering that these blooms are ending up in the dead ends areas of the Delta, and up until now, it seems like the only standards at 0.8 micrograms per liter up to 6 micrograms, and being able to put signs up in these areas, they're not even mandatory because it's left up to the property owners to put those signs up. So I feel like we just need better ways of enforcing these issues, and maybe better monitoring on a wide scale, kind of what Rosemary alluded to when she was asked about how we can monitor these problems. I feel like there just needs to be a more comprehensive monitoring strategy, whether it's measuring those nutrients, monitoring lack of flow, or aside from that. But thank you for the opportunity to comment, and that's just what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Fern. I appreciate your contributions and for being part of this work here. As you said, there is a need to do more. I completely agree there. I'll note on the drinking water side, we are have notification levels for cyanobacteria for drinking water systems. That's one angle that we're trying to do better and ensure that we're accounting for the increased frequency of these harmful algal blooms and in their impacts on drinking water systems. And additionally, the board is driving and looking to do more work on biostimulatory inputs, on understanding how at the watershed scale, non-point source and other inputs are contributing to these issues, along then also with how water flows in the system. So all of it is here ripe for further discussion. I appreciate the engagement in Restore the Delta and yourself in all of this, and look forward to what are going to be a lot of further discussions for sure. So thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call up Chandra Chilma Curry, who will be followed by Deirdre Desjardins. Good morning, good to see you.
Good morning, Chair Soquel and board members. As you heard from Rosie just now, the drought and the warmer temperatures were the main drivers of the harmful algal blooms, and not the changes in the Statewide project and Central Valley project operations under the the temporary urgent change order in 2021. The analysis also found that the higher South Delta exports would result in lower residence times in the Old and Middle River regions of the Delta. While there is information related to the suitable habitat conditions for the microcystis and other cyano blooms, actual causation of these blooms is unclear, and we are looking forward to the Delta Science Program two-day workshop on this topic. There are hotspots in the Delta independent of whether we are in drought or not, based on the observations. These hotspots will require unique solutions given the geomorphology at those locations. However, we believe the State Water Project and Central Valley Project operations are not the answer. We all need to recognize that cyano HABs are, like climate change, are a complex issue affecting all Delta users that cannot be solved by changes in the CDP and SWP operations. Addressing HABs in the Delta will be most successful if we recognize the localized nature of each bloom and work together on specific solution sets. State water contractors are willing to work together with other agencies and stakeholders to identify the best way to manage this ever-increasing problem. Thank you for the opportunity to provide brief comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chumacuri. I appreciate it. Next, I'd like to call up Deirdre Desjardins.
Yeah, Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research. And I appreciate Chandra Chomacuri's comments, but the state water contractors do have a financial interest in continuing current patterns of exports from the Delta. And so they're not an independent source of science. And I'm concerned that this report doesn't have independent peer review. And I appreciate, I've been in meetings, Rosie does excellent work, but that's not the same as some kind of formal independent review by outside scientists. And the water board, the health and safety code does require, to the extent that this is a continuing problem, and you're looking at REC 1, which is the skin contact sports in the Delta, which people are not able to do in certain locations, you need to have a formal peer review. And we did raise comments about this before, but this is one of the pieces when you go to do a new Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan update. These HABs have emerged since the 95 Water Quality Control Plan. And the current standards clearly aren't protecting REC 1. So it does need independent review. And I wanted to point out that the Interagency Ecological Program 2010 synthesis report found that there was a regime shift in the Delta. And it's a regime shift in the entire ecosystem. And this is something I studied in Los Alamos Lab and Santa Fe Institute for Complex Systems. And you're not going to see it in single year coral.
Apologize, I believe Ms. Desjardins got cut off there. We'll wait for her to see if she rejoins the platform and be able to finish her comments. I was appreciating her points made here. I think what I would note is I know that this request and the work and the analysis is not a one-off, and that what we will do is continue to understand how we tease apart what are project operations, but what are also these other factors, and need to have peer review, need to have a really robust discussion around this. And this request as part of the order was directed at DWR and Reclamation to give us a first take. And here we know that there is a follow-on study that's going to be being done next year. Peer review takes a lot of time, and I would sometimes rather have what is sometimes the more rapid assessment here, because these conversations are tied to larger themes and issues that won't be resolved in just, say, a component of our temporary urgency change petition order, and here, further study that was requested on it. It all is contributing to a body of knowledge. But I appreciate Ms. Desjardins' points around needing to have the robustness of things like peer review around the work that we're doing. And I think that there's still opportunity in the body of work that we're discussing here to do just that. I don't know if Ms. Desjardins has been able to rejoin.
So far, she has not come back into the waiting room, and given the nature of the way she dropped off, there we go. She is back with us now. I will point out as she joins back, and there is value to independent scientific peer review, but at the same time, the health and safety code section that's being referenced does not actually apply to these types of actions. It applies generally to regulations such and basin planning activities. So we do have Ms. Desjardins back in, and we will go ahead and invite her to unmute again.
Thank you, Mr. Lawfer. And hello, Ms. Desjardins. I did start to give some follow-up to your comments, and glad you can join us to finish them, with just acknowledging your points around peer review, and here, importantly, not seeing this study in isolation, but as part of a larger and ongoing discussion around this. So appreciate and acknowledge that point. But please finish your comment, please.
Yeah, and so I did cross-examine DWR on this and the witnesses on the water fix hearing, and I said, so Rec 1 is currently protected by the salinity standards at the municipal intakes at Clifton Court, Forebay, and Rock Slough. And I said, what evidence links protection for Rec 1 beneficial uses? And DWR's witness says, I don't know of anything. I believe it was a political compromise back in the 95 Water Quality Control Plan. And there's no evidence tying Rec 1 to protection of beneficial use standards. So there does need to be some modeling. It is an emerging study. In 91, when they first started looking at Rec 1, harmful algal blooms weren't a problem. So this is something people haven't looked at the history of Rec 1. It's not just a HABs issue. None of the environmental groups commented on this and development of the phase 1 water quality standards, because it's now emerged as a major concern, but it does need to be addressed going forward. And I would urge you can't take verbal comments by Chandra McCurry and unpeer-reviewed report by DWR and say, well, based on that, we think this is an ongoing problem and we can't address it, because there are studies that show that increased flows can help. And that needs to be looked at in a little more careful and way that's peer-reviewed by independent scientists. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. Appreciate your contributions to the discussion ongoing. Thank you. I think that, I believe, yes, that wraps up our commenters, and looking to fellow board colleagues for any further wrap up questions. This isn't the last we'll be discussing this in by any means, but anything further to leave with Rosemary here or others? Board Member Firestone, please.
I would just thank you, and not necessarily a question for you, but just a comment that I do think as we, it would be great if we could maybe request at the next Delta Scientist update just a more specific deep dive into this and what they're learning and the kind of state of and sort of progress on this framework. So hopefully we can be a little more specific and directive with requests around that.
I appreciate that, board member, and noting again that in early November here, 8th and 9th, I believe, the Delta Stewardship Council will be holding a discussion and a symposium, if you will, around this specifically. So hopefully what we get is a good readout from Dr. Larson from that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and take a break because what I'd like to, we'll have a late lunch with this break, but be able to take the cannabis item, break for lunch, and then we'd move on to item number 6 is what I'm going to try to accomplish here. So let's go ahead and come back here. We'll take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 11:30 and we'll go into item number 5, which is a statewide cannabis program update. Thanks, everyone. It's been a productive morning. Hey, everyone, it's 11:30. Thanks for the quick break. And we can now move on to item number 5, which is still in our tranche of informational items and is our statewide cannabis program update. Great to see everyone this morning. And I think to lead us off is Yvonne West, our head of cannabis enforcement and cannabis enforcement. Good to see you.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel, Vice Chair Diadamo, members of the board. It's a pleasure to be here before you in person today, providing a cannabis program update. I'm here with our 3 cannabis coordinators, and I wanted to give them an opportunity to introduce themselves.
Good morning, I'm Kevin Porzio with the Division of Water Quality, Senior of the Cannabis Regulatory Unit, and one of the 3 program coordinators.
Dan Schultz with Division of Water Rights, and I'm the program manager for the cannabis section and the Division of Water Right program coordinator.
Michael Buckman at the Office of Enforcement. I am the cannabis enforcement coordinator.
I feel like I got the short chair this morning. If we could go to the next slide. So today we're going to provide you with a background to the program, which I'm sure will be a review, go into the current goals and priorities for our program, recent improvements to the program, a brief overview of the types of adverse impacts we as a program are attempting to minimize, as well as what our water board tools and outcomes are and have been in the program. Then I'm going to pass it off to the coordinators for brief highlights in each of their program areas, and then summarize with a quick going forward program overview of next steps for us. Next slide. As you recall, our cannabis program started as a pilot program in 2014 with a small staff of approximately 11. We coordinated and partnered with California Department of Fish and Wildlife to address the adverse impacts we were seeing primarily in the North Coast and Central Valley associated with outdoor cannabis cultivation. Then in 2017, or actually after the pilot program began, Prop 64 was passed in November of 2016, allowing recreational cannabis use for adults, as well as then in 2017, we got the Medical and Adult Use Cannabis Regulation and Safety Act. With those pieces of legislation, we were directed as an agency to address discharges of waste resulting from cannabis cultivation and associated activities, including by adopting a general permit and establishing waste discharge requirements. We're also directed in that statute to ensure that individual and cumulative effects of water diversions and discharges associated with cultivation do not affect in-stream flow needs for fish, spawning, migration, rearing, and the flows needed to maintain natural flow variability. These are the 2 directives of the program, and we moved forward in 2017 and 2018 to develop our statewide program. We established a cannabis cultivation policy and our one-stop application portal for cultivators to obtain enrollment in both our general order and a small irrigation use registration if necessary. In 2020-2021, our program went through a significant staff reduction. As an agency, we chose to reduce staff as opposed to increase fees on the minority regulated community to support a lot of our efforts that are geared more toward the illegal cultivation. So in going through this reduction, the program established an executive oversight committee and conducted a review and audit of the program in order to reduce and retool and become a more efficient and focused program. With that, we've seen improved program results in 2022, and I'm going to go into in a few slides some of those program improvements that resulted in those results. Next slide. In retooling the program, we refined the goals and priorities and focused the program on one, increasing program enrollment of potentially legal cultivation sites and bringing them into the regulated community, and 2, focusing our enforcement toward illegal cultivation that we see causing an adverse impact on both water quality and water supply. Next slide, please. So the recent program improvements that came out of the reducing and retooling of our program include a number of things. One of them are the coordinators you see before you today. This has really been instrumental in improving both the internal and the external coordination of our program. As you can imagine, because of the illegal elements still in outdoor cultivation, we have to coordinate very closely with law enforcement, our law enforcement partners, as well as scientific staff at CDFW to make sure we're all focused on the most environmentally impactful areas. And so our program coordinators have really been instrumental in improving the efficiencies of our program. On a program level, we established an executive oversight committee to establish policy and for decision-making purposes and communication up and down their chain within all of our boards, divisions, and offices involved in the cannabis program. We also established program-wide roundtables. On the permitting front, we consolidated the application process and enrollment process under DWQ to free up staff resources at a local level for priority work in the local regions, and getting them into the field and assisting the regulated community, and also be more available for enforcement actions. We encouraged increased enrollment by simplifying the enrollment process, providing enrollment assistance, and maintaining fees below the cost of what it's really costing us to implement the program. On an enforcement front, we focused on illegal cultivation, and we do this by utilizing a targeted priority watershed approach, taking our limited resources and putting them in high-value watersheds. Next slide, please. I'm going to take a minute to talk about the kind of adverse impacts we see in watersheds from outdoor cultivation and associated activities. As a high overview, those types of impacts include illicit grading and sediment discharge, domestic waste, timber conversion, and illegal water diversions. And I have some photos to share just because, slides with a lot of words are boring. So we'll go through a few of those slides. I'll show you some of the impacts. So next slide. So again, illicit grading and site development is one of the most impactful activities we see in some of these areas, particularly in North Coast and the central region and rough terrains. When we see the site development, we run into a lot of sedimentation issues, as well as just changing stream courses and fill issues. We've seen these are some of the adverse impacts we're looking to prevent. Next slide. Again, poor road construction is part of that site development, leading to sediment discharge. Next slide. Domestic waste, sanitation is often an issue we encounter. Next slide. And then, of course, there's illegal water diversions and flow impacts, especially in some of our headwaters and our more sensitive habitats. Definitely an issue. This is one of the bladders that we run into out in the field. We see these repurposed. Sometimes they're fuel bladders. Sometimes they're actually intended for water use. But we encounter those in the field. Next slide. So some of the ways we address these impacts, or we attempt and we work to minimize them, of course, are through our regulatory tools. As an agency, in consultation with CDFW, we developed and adopted an extensive set of principles and guidelines to regulate the diversion and use of water for cannabis cultivation. These principles and guidelines are protective both water rights and water supply. And it includes a number of requirements, not limited to, but including maximum diversion rates, erosion controls, and stream crossing standards and road development standards, cleanup, restoration, mitigation requirements on existing sites, management best practices for management of chemicals such as fertilizers, pesticides, and petroleum, and then surface water forbearance periods, prohibiting flow diversions in a period from April 1st to October 31st. So these are just some of the best management practices that are adopted through our principles and guidelines that help minimize and eliminate the impacts from regulated cultivation. Of course, there's still illegal cultivation impacts to deal with. And so going to our next slide. Some of the other tools that we use in the program or often rely on are our enforcement tools. And one of the tools that's hard to quantify is our informal enforcement actions. This is a before and after slide just showing a site that was inspected, and then we call it voluntary or informal enforcement or voluntary compliance, meaning that we have interfaced with the property owner or the cultivator, identified the issues that present a water quality or water supply threat, and obtain compliance. And that often happens, or it can happen, but it requires a field presence and a dialogue with staff between normally the landowners. And we have been successful with a lot of dedicated attention to sites and getting them cleaned up. And this is just one example. You can go to the next slide. When informal enforcement does not get us to a point of compliance, then we often rely on our formal enforcement tools, cleanup and abatement orders, administrative civil liability actions, Attorney General Office referrals. And here's a before and after of just one of our cannabis administrative civil liability actions brought in the Central Coast. You can see on the before photos, there was an area of improper development and unauthorized grading, resulting in a lot of sedimentation and erosion issues. And on the right, you see the after photo where the site's been secured and revegetated and cleaned up, so it doesn't present an ongoing threat to water quality. Again, we are one of the few agencies involved in the cannabis efforts that really do focus on these impacts to the environment and water quality and water supply, and really get the properties shored up and secured before we walk away from a complaint or an enforcement action. Next slide. In addition to our water board tools, we also interface a lot with outside prosecutors. One of the things you hear in our program that we support often is felony enhancements. Under the Health and Safety Code, water code violations are one of the few grounds on which local prosecutors can seek felony charges for illegal cultivation. And our program, we spend time in the field observing water code violations and documenting them, providing these local prosecutors with rapid memos or testimony to support their felony charges. And actually, I just returned from a coordination meeting with a bunch of local environmental prosecutors, and we did get a nice shout out from one of the counties that we've been working with on how our staff has been very helpful in pursuing these types of felony enhancements for 1052 violations, unauthorized diversion use violations, or 13260 failure to enroll violations in our general order. In fact, there's also recently been in the cannabis tax reform trailer bill some new legislation that actually authorizes local prosecutors, city attorneys, and county council to actually consider pursuing 1052 violations themselves. They will have to seek approval from us as the water boards. They can allege these violations, and it provides for increased administrative and civil liability for unauthorized diversion use of water associated with unlicensed cannabis cultivation. That raises those potential liabilities to $3,500 a day, which is over and above what we get for other unauthorized diversion use violations. And with that, that was like a quick overview of our program, where we are, and some of the tools that we exercise. And I'm going to turn it over to the coordinators to highlight some of the program area achievements that we've seen in recent years. That I'll turn it to Kevin.
Thank you, Yvonne. I will be highlighting a few enrollment efficiencies that have been implemented by the program to maximize our resources. In July 2021, the Division of Water Quality started issuing Cannabis General Order Notice of Applicabilities, or NOAs. This transition provided regional board staff with more time and resources to focus on high priority tasks, such as increasing enrollment and enforcement activities against illegal cultivators. In coordination with the regional boards, standard NOA templates were created for the various enrollment types. These templates use CWIC's information to generate site-specific NOAs. Regional board staff monitor pending NOAs and can place holds on applications as needed. Once we receive payments for the application, NOAs are typically issued within 2 weeks. This is down from the previous 30-day standard. DWQ generates and routes NOAs in batches every week for digital approval. When approved, staff run a script that updates CWICs, and an email is sent to the applicant and interested parties with the NOA. The automated process increases data quality by pulling data directly from CWICs to generate the NOAs. This eliminates potential transcription errors when writing individual NOAs and ensures the NOA directly reflects the data that's in CWICs, which is the water quality database of record. Of the 1,060 NOAs issued using this process, approximately 35% were reissued to reflect updated enrollment information, such as new owner, operator, and facility information. And typically, this burden would fall to the regional boards, but with this process, it just gets rolled into the weekly routing batches. Next slide, please. On the water rights side, the small irrigation use registration online application now includes new screening questions that give the applicant and staff better information to determine if a proposal meets the fully contained springs minimum qualifications. Applicants that meet the minimum qualifications are directed to complete a fully contained springs application and submit a technical report prepared by a qualified professional. The additional screening questions will reduce the number of fully contained spring requests that the Division of Water Rights must process and focus limited resources on applications that meet these minimum qualifications. With that, I'll pass it to Mr. Schultz, who will now provide policy highlights.
Thank you, Kevin. I'll be providing some high-level updates on upcoming cannabis policy and general order activities. The statewide general water quality certification and general order waiver expire every 5 years. So staff plan to bring the policy and general order to the board in late 2023 for readoption and recertification of those programs. This is planned as a straightforward readoption, and we do not anticipate there will be any significant changes to the policy or general order next year. Staff do, however, plan to make more significant updates in the following year and bring those to the board for consideration and adoption in late 2024. Water Code Section 13149 directs the board in consultation with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife to adopt interim and long-term requirements for the diversion and use of water for cannabis cultivation in areas where cannabis cultivation may have the potential to substantially impact in-stream flows. The board adopted interim requirements in 2017 and adopted updates to the interim requirements in 2019. Staff have started working on the development of long-term requirements for the North Coast cannabis policy area and plan to bring them to the board for consideration and adoption in 2024. The long-term requirements will primarily be focused on minimum in-stream flows for diversions of water for cannabis cultivation, as well as potential additional regional or statewide updates to the policy and general order. Now I'll turn it over to Michael to provide some updates on the enforcement-related activities. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Dan. I will cover briefly some high-level highlights on enforcement. As Yvonne mentioned, we underwent a significant staffing reduction in 2020, and the Executive Management Committee refocused our program efforts with respect to enforcement on illegal cultivation. Since that time, we have managed to improve our inspection numbers to be near the number of inspections we completed in 2018, with last year's inspections totaling 372, a little short of our 404 inspections in 2018. Inspections are important because in most enforcement cases, they serve as a primary source of evidence for documenting environmental harm resulting from noncompliance with regulatory protections, help facilitate enrollment in our regulatory programs where applicable, and serve as a deterrent for illegal cultivation. The program also made significant strides in providing more timely reports for those inspections. In 2018, just 2% of our inspection reports were issued within 30 days of the inspections. Last year, over 40% of the reports were issued within 30 days, which is a tremendous improvement for our program. Even though these are very positive numbers, given our staffing levels, we conservatively estimate that there are at least 3.5 times more illegal inspections that we are unable to attend with our partner agencies due to our low staffing levels. The program has also done well, increasing the number of formal enforcement actions taken. Formal enforcement is time-consuming and resource-intensive. While we prefer to resolve cases at the most informal level possible, formal enforcement is necessary at times. In 2021, the program issued 12 informal cases, which is 3 times the number of cases in 2018. Another area of the program that enforcement staff are focusing on is support for local prosecution, as Yvonne mentioned. In addition to our administrative enforcement cases, we support local prosecution of cases by providing evidence of violations that can elevate a crime from a misdemeanor to a felony. Tracking of the actual number of these cases that staff assist with is difficult because at many times plea agreements are reached rather than trials. But staff are very proud of the great relationships that they have forged with numerous district attorneys throughout the state. We've also worked to secure technologies that improve and streamline our enforcement work, as well as make us safer in the field. We are able to secure statewide high-resolution aerial imagery to assist us in our enforcement planning efforts. We are also near completing a contract that will give us access to task satellite imagery. Much of the illegal cannabis cultivation is transitory, placing a greater need on current imagery. The status of cultivation sites is also dynamic and can change during the season as plants are grown, harvested, and potentially replanted. Using old aerial imagery hampers enforcement efforts by missing newly established illegal activities and expending resources investigating illegal activities that no longer exist. Access to task satellite imagery and up-to-date high-resolution aerial imagery enable the boards and partner agencies to conduct more efficient and targeted enforcement actions and provide better protection of high-value watersheds. The water boards are also able to combine that imagery with tools that can identify cannabis cultivation sites and evaluate threats to water quality and water supply. Lastly, we have deployed tablets to streamline our inspections through electronic capture of data and reporting, and secured radios to keep us in constant communication with our partner agencies while in the field. And now I will hand it back to Yvonne.
So with that, just briefly wanted to talk about some new developments in the program and where we're going from here. Recently, just at the beginning of this month, the Governor Gavin Newsom has directed the creation of a unified cannabis enforcement task force, which was just again publicized earlier this month and released. It is a multi-agency, cross-jurisdictional task force of enforcement agencies designed to better coordinate our efforts and our resources and authorities to make an impact on the illegal cultivation and the illegal market. I think our program is at a point where we have refined, refocused, and become more efficient, and we're ready to play a very important role in this unified cannabis enforcement task force, as well as in the legal industry generally as a regulator, to make sure that we achieve our mission of minimizing impacts on water quality and water supply. We have a robust program framework and processes defined, and we are prepared to move forward and coordinate with this larger task force. It feels like good news to us. As you know, we've gotten a lot of complaints. There's a lot been going on in the drought, a lot of questions about potential impacts from illegal cultivation. And with our small program, we work very hard to address all of those complaints and all of those issues. But with the formation of the new Unified Cannabis Enforcement Task Force, which is going to be chaired by DCC, Department of Cannabis Control, and the Department of Fish and Wildlife, it feels like an acknowledgement that this is more than just a water issue. There's a lot going on out there that's keeping the illegal market afloat and incentivizing cultivators to stay in that illegal market as opposed to enter the regulated market. And I welcome the additional resources and additional attention that the Unified Cannabis Enforcement Task Force will bring to the issue. It'll make our jobs as regulators and enforcers of our own regulations just more effective. We are one piece in a larger puzzle to address this issue, and I'm happy to have the help in that fight against the impacts we see in illegal cultivation. So with that, that's all I had as far as an update for you. We are, of course, next slide, all here and available to answer your questions that you might have concerning our program and concerning some of the recent improvements that we've made in that program.
Thank you so much. There's no that's all about it. There's a lot of work going on. And I know it's been a moment since the board has necessarily had a discussion and an update on the cannabis program. And so I really appreciate being able to hear what I know is an incredible amount of work, collaboration, and leadership that's going on. And just want to acknowledge and thank you all for that. I know, as we've noted, we're a bit of a lean program right now, but importantly, continue to do our part with working with communities, and really thankful that we do have a more unified enforcement task force here that's been pulled together, because as this board knows, we have heard a lot from communities that are really concerned about the activities that are going on, and we're one component of what is a multifaceted state response around this issue. And regrettably, like so many of our issues, it is not an uncomplicated one, but I'm really proud of the work that we've done in this space, especially innovating on how we do more with what are always going to not seem like enough resources to accomplish the incredible mission of this board. So just thank you. Thank you for your teams and the ongoing work here. It was good to hear this summary. I know that there's here and appreciate the nod of both readopting the general order, but then also looking at some more extensive revisions that we might be bringing to the board and alerting everyone as to the opportunity of that discussion moving forward next year or more the year after. Next year just being a clean readoption of the program. Look to my fellow board colleagues if there are anything they'd like to ask or any comments straight off the presentation. And if not, we have one commenter that we can go to. And we can go to that commenter then. I'd like to call up Mark Chaitilo.
Good morning, members of the board.
Apologies if I mispronounced your last name there, but good morning.
Thank you. This is Mark Chatillo. You did fine. It's not an easy one. I am an attorney with the law office of Mark Chatillo, and I wanted to address your board today on behalf of the Santa Barbara Coalition for Responsible Cannabis. We are a non-governmental organization whose purpose is to promote a sustainable cannabis industry. Focusing in Santa Barbara County. We're not a prohibitionist organization, but we do believe that it's important that the legal industry does fully address the concerns and needs of neighbors, of surrounding habitat, and that there is land use compatibility. We've focused on odor to some considerable extent, and then more recently, looking at water issues. Santa Barbara County has adopted its own cannabis program, which has relatively relaxed standards and permitting, and adopted a programmatic EIR, which found 12 Class 1 unavoidable significant impacts, including water supply and utilities, that the Board of Supervisors overrode in order to facilitate the implementation of the legal industry. And we find ourselves in a transition place, but unfortunately, there's the legal industry is not operating in a transparent manner, and we're finding that it's very difficult to kind of discern what's really going on as we go through permitting and compliance matters. We took the effort to focus on the San Ynez River, which you'll recognize as a priority watershed for the state board. And it is the primary water supply for the south coast of Santa Barbara County and provides critical habitat for the southern steelhead trout and other listed endangered and important habitat. And we've evaluated the level of implementation of the state board's general cannabis policy, focusing specifically on the forbearance periods and the importance of not allowing cannabis operators to extract from surface flows during that forbearance period, when most of the outdoor grows are using water, and most specifically looking at subterranean surface flows and whether those are in fact the supplies of water that are being identified and utilized by these cannabis grows are subterranean surface flows as qualified under the board's Garrapatta order. There are 31 grows along the San Ynez River, and we've recognized that the vast majority of them are actually extracting from subterranean surface flows. The key issue for your board is your jurisdiction, and while we completely appreciate and understand the need to focus on illegal and unpermitted cannabis, it's also important that the rules be applied in the legal cannabis space as well. And the way that the state board staff has implemented the general order and responded to local governmental inquiries about the character of water supplies for cannabis is that there is a presumption that groundwater, that anything that comes out of a well is percolating groundwater. Quote, unless specific determinations have been made by the state board. Now, this presumption is being applied even when the project hydrologists in the materials submitted to the county acknowledge that they are extracting from subterranean surface flows. And even though the board itself has issued an order for one grow making a determination that there were subterranean surface flows that were being extracted for one of these San Ynez River cannabis operations. So we retained a hydrologist to assess the overall situation on the San Ynez River. Jim McCord and Linker Inc. prepared a comprehensive report of those 31 grows and concluded that 29 of them along the San Ynez River do draw water from the river gravels and are connected to the San Ynez River's surface flows. And overall, this represents over 1,200 acre-feet of water, which is approximately 30% of the water that the South Coast jurisdictions have to release to from Cachuma in order to maintain flows downstream in the San Ynez River. So these extractions are having impacts to steelhead, red-legged frog, and other endangered species. We took that report and prepared a complaint that we filed with the enforcement branch of the Cal EPA and the state board on September 7th. We're awaiting a response for that. But we do underscore and wanted to bring to your board's attention the fact of this complaint, the character of the concern and the issues that are being presented here in Santa Barbara along the San Ynez River, and ask that your board do encourage staff to prioritize this so that as these operators are looking at their spring planting decisions, that we can be assured that there will not be adverse impacts to the environmental resources and the water supply. As you know, the San Ynez River has been experiencing reduced drought conditions like everywhere in the state, and we're deeply concerned that these extractions in violation of the general order are going to compete with urban water supplies as additional releases are necessary in order to make up for the extractions out of these subterranean surface flows. And then stepping back, since staff flagged the renewal and possible revisions to the general order or to the cannabis policy, the general policy, we feel it's important that staff does focus on Southern California specific water regimes. The SIUR program, for example, was generated basically using formulas as appropriate for North County or Northern California rivers. In our arid conditions here, where our endangered species are that much closer to the brink, it is important that we develop standards that are sensitive to our needs here in Southern California and don't compromise these beneficial uses through these waters. So, Mr. Chair, members of the board, we really appreciate the opportunity to make this presentation. We appreciate very much the difficult situation that the agency is in and how hard staff is working. It's lamentable that there are not copious resources available to address all these issues. That was, I think, part of the bargain that we were promised as voters with Prop 64. And we certainly would hope that the board would be able to maintain an aggressive posture in responding to illegal grows, but also ensure that the grows that are growing under permit with licenses are complying with all the rules that are necessary to both protect equity and ensure that urban users are not prejudiced, as well as protecting habitat and resource values. So thank you for hearing our comments, and I appreciate any comments the board may have, and hopefully swift action from staff on our complaint. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chitillo. I really appreciate what is your good engagement and a number of good comments and points you brought up on active matters of enforcement, especially since there's something pending before that we don't comment specifically on. We stay firewalled away from our enforcement work until it is ready. And so there, I won't make any direct comment, but just a thank you and for your work and for engaging with the board in developing information that helps us do our job here, whether on the enforcement side or importantly as well, just on the program generally. Your points are very well taken, and I really appreciate your engagement with the board today on this topic, and look forward to continued work, certainly in the region there. And thank you for the flags. They're really important and thankful for them. So thank you. Looking over to fellow board colleagues, that was our only commenter on the item. And so is there any further direction or comment? Again, I know this isn't an uncomplicated time or uncomplicated issue, but feel very proud of the focus work we've been doing. I appreciate Mr. Chitillo's points about it's not just the illegal side, certainly, that we need to remain focused on, but how implementation is playing out and how folks are continuing to have a fair playing field, and we minimize those impacts that the legal side is supposed to be able to help us do. But it's definitely that continuum of work between the two that we're trying to keep our eyes best on here, and know that what seems to be more front of mind sometimes is just the enforcement work, but it has to be both. Board Member McGuire, please.
Yes, thank you for the presentation and for all the work that I know that you do behind the scenes. And I think even this 20-minute presentation really doesn't do justice to all the, how many, I'm sure hundreds of meetings and all the field time and all the work that goes into this program and how far you've brought it in the past 5 years or so. So thank you for that. It's greatly appreciated here at the board. And I just wanted to give a nod. I know there's always going to be challenges with implementation, but the fact is that we do have thousands of cultivators who have a strong desire to be legal and to be within the system as it's been developed. And it's not an easy process. Even our general order and registration process is not straightforward, let alone all of the other permits and licenses that they have to navigate through counties, through Department of Cannabis Control, et cetera. So I think we should commend the work of those cultivators who have stepped up, and seeing the example of the voluntary compliance and growers out there who do want to get things right. And it's a complicated space out there, knowing that there are those out there who want to do better and to do right by the policy is heartening to see. So thank you for sharing those examples. And then my only question, really kind of just teeing off the commenter and talking about priorities for development of flow, regimes looking at Southern California versus Northern California. I agree that as I understand it, the policy was focused a lot on the North Coast area. So I know we're a couple of years out from consideration of any significant amendments as it relates to flows. But Mr. Schultz, I was just wondering if you had any initial thoughts or comments about the flow criteria process as you're looking at it from here, on out, and how you would look at prioritizing different areas.
Yeah, so the cannabis policy established, I believe, 14 policy regions throughout the state. There are 4 coastal regions, or 5 coastal regions, counting the Klamath. So right now we're starting our work in the North Coast policy area as the highest location density of surface water diversions and potential impacts. After we do the North Coast policy, looking at other policy regions, we would at this point anticipate staying coastal. And so it's kind of looking at what we call the North Central Coast versus South Central versus Southern Coast policy areas for the next rounds. That's going to be probably determined a little bit on staff resources as well as contracting resources as well, on how swiftly we can move through those other regions and develop flow criteria information. With information related to, as far as like looking at diversion seasons and forbearance periods, that is information that we can reevaluate as we go through our next policy adoption. We did, based on our initial outreach and consultation with CDFW, we did land at our current forbearance period as being generally protective statewide to make it more simple to implement. But as we've been going through the implementation process, I think that's something we could take another look at, certainly.
Okay, thank you for that update. I'll look forward to hearing more as we go on here with both the policy update next year, but also future updates to the flow requirements. Thank you.
You both. Looking to colleagues, if there's anything further. Hearing none, I think that wraps up this informational item then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it again. Let's go ahead and take our lunch. We will take a lunch before moving on to item number 6. Since we have this space in the schedule, let's go ahead and take an hour lunch. And so we'll return here at 1:10. And thanks everyone for what has been a great morning. And we'll see you all here soon in the afternoon. Later in the afternoon. Thanks. All right, everyone. Thank you so much. Hope everyone had a good lunch. I know I'm coming in refreshed for what is actually a very exciting discussion for me. And I know for many of us here, and especially those that have worked on this policy for so long, before I get into my prepared introduction, I just want to note that this is here today, the 50th anniversary of the pollution control the amendments to the Pollution Control Act in 1972. Now, what we just better call the Clean Water Act, and in a moment to really take a moment to reflect and think about the incredible progress that we have had and do have here after 50 years of implementation of a really critical law that mirrors Porter Cologne, much of the founding of this own board, and has been part of our tools here to do incredible work. So here, as we contemplate waste discharge requirements and updates of them with Porter Cologne's laws, I just wanted to take a moment to reflect and connect to what is a pretty great thing to be able to celebrate 50 years of that history, and to always remember that we need to innovate and recommit to the important tenets of that law and the Safe Drinking Water Act and many others that are so foundational to us. So with that, the State Water Board will now hold a public hearing item to receive oral comments on the on-site wastewater treatment systems policy amendment and conditional waiver renewal, also known as the OWTS policy. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I'm the chair. Here with me are my fellow board colleagues, all in presence. For procedural matters, this public hearing is held in accordance with the August 17th, 2022 public notice for the proposed OWTS policy renewal. As a reminder, written comments must be submitted no later than 12 p.m. noon on Tuesday, November 1st, 2022. This hearing is being recorded. There will not be sworn testimony. We will have a staff presentation followed by public comment. I will call on speakers in the order I received the comment cards. I will try to allow public officials and representatives of organizations to speak first. When you provide your comments, please state your name slowly and identify the organization that you represent, if any. Time limits may be imposed on oral comments. At this point, I'm not seeing the need to do so. I believe we have 3 or so commenters currently. LIRIS email notification was provided explaining when the email speaker cards were due to the board clerk. If you didn't already submit a form or intend to speak and you're here on the Zoom platform with us, please do email comment letters at waterboards.ca.gov so that we can get you on the Zoom platform. Again, if you're on the YouTube live stream, please do, and intend to speak on this item, please do email comment letters at waterboards.ca.gov so we can get you on the platform. I'll now turn it over to the lead staff, Stephanie Torres, for the staff presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, Vice Chair Diadamo, and board members. My name is, again, Stephanie Torres. I'm the engineering geologist with the Waste Discharge Requirements Group in the Division of Water Quality. The public hearing item today, again, is for the water quality control policy for siting, design, operation, and maintenance of on-site wastewater treatment systems and conditional waiver renewal. We will be referring to this today as the OWTS policy or renewal throughout this presentation. And to note, with that public comment period, there are 2 draft documents, the policy and its conditional waiver with proposed amendments, and an associated staff report, which contains a CEQA supplemental environmental document addendum and justifications. And these documents, again, will be in public comment from September 16th when it started to, again, November 1st. Next slide, please. I just wanted to give first a quick thank you before diving into the more technical parts of this presentation. Annalisa Kihara, our Division of Water Quality Assistant Deputy Director, Scott Couch, our Groundwater Protection Section Chief, Laura Wardrop, Senior Environmental Scientist of our group, Geet Abdul Sattar, who is our Water Resources Control Engineer on this project, and Marley Wood, our attorney from Office of Chief Counsel. Next slide, please. So for this presentation, the outline is as follows. We're going to provide some context and background on the OWTS policy, an overview of the policy and its conditional waiver structure and function, a summary of the scope for the proposed revisions in the draft released for public comment, as well as a project timeline and next steps. Next slide, please. So first, the project goals and overview of the OWTS policy. The OWTS policy is a policy with a conditional waiver that waives the need for waste discharge requirements, reports of waste discharge, and associated fees for discharges that meet policy requirements for the siting, design, operation, and maintenance of these on-site wastewater treatment systems, which primarily treat domestic wastewater as outlined by the policy. The OWTS policy and proposed revisions support the agency goals in efforts to ensure all Californians access to adequate sanitation by the things we have listed here, which is the continuing safe statewide sanitation requirements for over 1.2 million systems throughout California, allowing a way for these unconsolidated systems that are non-sewered, for example, septic systems, to discharge safely while continuing to protect the environment and public health. We are also consulting tribes in consideration of minor updates that we've made to CEQA since the 2012 policy, or that CEQA has been updated since the 2012 adoption of this policy. And the substitute environmental document was very comprehensive and assessed impacts associated with adoption and implementation of the policy. Staff have drafted an addendum, again, in that staff report with minor updated information, concluding that additional CEQA analysis is not necessary at this time. And thirdly, we are providing clarifications, key clarifications for issues that have risen over 10 years for implementation through narrow policy revisions. I will explain further later in the presentation, but the conditional waiver expires in April 2023, and the goal is to ensure that the waiver coverage does not lapse for the over 1.2 million systems in California that could cause regulatory uncertainty for system owners. Next slide, please. So a brief history for the OWTS policy, how we got here. In 2000, Assembly Bill 885 was legislation requiring the regulation of septic and OWTS systems statewide. There's a time gap from 2000 to 2012 in which state board staff, along with regional boards, local agencies, and the public, were developing the OWTS policy and the supplemental environmental, or the substitute environmental document which were adopted in 2012. The conditional waiver associated with the OWTS policy has an expiration and is required by Water Code to be renewed every 5 years. After adoption in 2012, the effective date, which you see on the slide of the policy, was May 2013. So 5 years later would be 2018. To note, the conditional waiver functionality and the OWTS policy structure, we will outline that, or I will outline that in detail further in the presentation. For now, historic overview of the policy and why we're here today is kind of the overview of this slide. In April 2018, the board renewed the conditional waiver and adopted the amendment with updates to the list of impaired areas and dates for adoption of TMDLs. These are sections of the policy, again, that I'll outline further in this presentation. And lastly, April 2023 is the set expiration for the conditional waiver of the OWTS policy. So presenting today the conditional waiver to be renewed. Again, amendments or updates to the policy, including impaired water body revisions and updates to the CEQA addendum. Next slide, please.
Ms. Torres, just a quick wondering, and it's so far in the past, it may not be too worth bringing up, but just that 12-year time period. I mean, it takes a lot of engagement and work to develop things, so I wouldn't necessarily call it a gap. But certainly, some time that was taken. Were there directives on how soon we were supposed to develop the policy from the legislature? Just kind of wondering if we had, we knew it would be taking that long, I guess.
Yes, there were. The original legislation directed that we adopt, I believe the words used were regulations or standards no later than 2004. That didn't happen. We had a number of shifts in the approach based on input that we got from regulated community, the local agencies that would be implementing it. And it took a while to get an approach that everyone could get on board with.
I appreciate that. And I guess it's important to note that, it wasn't an uncontroversial, I'm sure, discussion. And that time frame probably shows just how much it took to really bring folks along. But how I appreciate now we are on this 5-year cycle that really affords us this ability to see how we're doing on this incredibly important component of how we're protecting groundwater and groundwater quality, especially since it's so front of mind with climate change. But anyway, thanks for the quick aside.
Thank you. On this slide, this is a quick snapshot of this policy for system estimates that it covers. Again, estimates in 2000, this is from 2000 census data. There were 1.2 million septic systems assessed in California at the time, affecting 350,000 people. And with the US Census data, they estimated 10% of the California population being under septic systems. And so the numbers we have projected here are based off of that there are possibly 1.4 million systems now under this that could possibly be under this waiver and affecting 390,000 Californians. Next slide, please. So this is the heart of it. What is OWTS and how this policy relates? So the definition under the OWTS policy are for individual disposal systems, community collection and disposal systems, and alternative collection and disposal systems that use subsurface disposal. Those who can qualify for this do domestic discharges with flows that are less than 10,000 gallons per day. For any incidental domestic recreational vehicle or RV wastewater, and any incidental commercial food wastewater. The systems that would not qualify under this policy with its conditional waiver are, again, any systems discharging flows at greater than 10,000 gallons per day, sewer systems, and any sort of connections like that, industrial wastewater discharges, high-strength wastewater as it's defined or outlined in the OWTS policy. Again, high-strength wastewater and commercial food service buildings or commercial food service building wastewater is further outlined in the OWTS policy. And I do want to note a mention on the RVs. While incidental RV wastewater may be allowed under the waiver coverage if it meets the definition of that high-strength wastewater, the high-strength wastewater definition in this policy may exclude the full-service RV parks, and permitting would be left up to the regional water boards. So this is mostly designed for, again, RVs kind of parked outside of an owner's home. Next slide, please. So the OWTS policy main provisions and its structure. The policy's structural foundation, again, is water code, and in response, again, to the legislation adopted, AB 885 in 2000, along with Associated Water Code Authority is its foundation. The policy's tiered framework, as listed here in conditional waiver waste discharge requirements, allows for the local oversight and permitting of the majority of septic systems statewide. System owners, again, are waived that requirement to submit individual reports of waste discharge subject to waste discharge requirements and associated permitting fees, as long as the systems meet the siting, design, operation, and maintenance standards, which are outlined by the applicable policy tiers. Again, the policy itself is comprised of 14 sections, which can be broken down into these following categories on the slide. We have the preamble, which is essentially the summary of the entire policy and its applicability. It's your snapshot to get a general understanding and overview. The detailed system requirements are in further sections. It then goes into definitions for terms used throughout the policy, responsibilities and duties outlined for local agencies, regional water boards, and the state water board. And then almost most importantly is those 5 regulation tiers per system type. There are all systems, existing or new and replacement OWTS that these tiers can apply to. These tiers, again, will be further illustrated in the presentation, but these 5 tiers, which are tier 0 to tier 4, we will definitely break that down in further detail. And then the attachments are listed here. Most importantly, attachment to the list of nitrogen and pathogen impaired water bodies potentially impacted by OWTS contains some of the revisions that are up in the draft documents. And I do want to clarify, since this has historically been a question that is this a permit or a waiver? And so up front, again, the state board, we recognize that the conditional waiver of this policy functions similarly to a permit in the fact that you may qualify to discharge under this waiver. However, you must meet the conditions to avoid submitting these individual administrative reports, permits, and the fees. Next slide, please. So going into further detail here on the regulatory tiers of the policy for systems to qualify for this conditional waiver, we have tier 0, which are minimum standards for existing systems that are in good order and they're needing no sort of corrective action or replacements. Tier 1 is our conservative statewide standards for new or replacement systems regulated by local agencies that are not under a regional board and local agency agreement, which is the local agency management programs, which are tier 2, the local agency management program. Alternative is, again, that agreed upon, that agreement between the regional boards and the local agencies, which include, but they're not limited to, consideration of provisions for ground and surface water quality areas of concern, system density requirements, groundwater quality reporting, and regular assessment of their LAMP agreement.
Doris, how many lamps roughly do we have, and maybe as a percentage of kind of coverage out there? You know, is the majority of the state folks are on septic? Are they covered under lamps, or are they sometimes find themselves in more individual?
It's a good question. We would need to respond with better assessment on the number of systems that are covered. However, the percentage of counties that have a LAMP is significantly high. The last time I recall, I believe, was over 75% into the 80s. So we do have good county representation in there, and we do have a few cities as well.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
And then continuing into tier 3, the tier 3 are requirements to address OWTS or potentially OWTS impacted impaired water bodies for all systems, again, meeting tier 3 applicability. We'll dive into a little bit of that because there will be a revision later on in this presentation. Tier 4 are for systems, again, requiring those corrective actions. And I do want to note that in the tier 4 category that it does address all levels of repairs, but if it is a major repair, they cannot return to tier 0. So there's a little functionality in there. Next slide, please. So this is the heart of our presentation, the policy revisions that are in the draft documents for public comment and for this hearing. Again, discharges from accessory dwelling units are included within the meaning of domestic wastewater, and therefore we believe may be addressed by local agency management programs or covered by the policy if otherwise in compliance with applicable requirements. Within the policy meaning of domestic waste, this makes it clear that multiple type dwelling units, such as ADUs or accessory dwelling units, that a system can be covered if it otherwise, again, complies with requirements. And the revision we are proposing, we believe, clarifies that those can be covered under a LAMP. The revision, again, intends to clarify, and there are no prescriptive requirements for ADU systems under this revision. And the revision, again, does intend to clarify that ADUs, again, can be covered in a LAMP to resolve inconsistent interpretation of how the policy addresses ADUs, and does, again, not add any new requirements or for the ADUs in the policy. Local agencies and regional boards noted that the policy is silent on whether an ADU is allowed to be addressed under this policy, and we're hoping, again, that this revision can clarify that yes, ADUs can be addressed under LAMPs. We are also proposing the revision of LAMP's 5-year water quality assessment reporting period, that it be moved from 5 years after LAMP approval dates, so from a rolling 5-year period to a fixed 5-year period beginning in 2018. And to note, those will just to ensure clear and consistent reporting deadlines, again, compared to that rolling date. And those will begin based on the 2018 mark. We'll begin to see that data in 2023. The last revision on this slide are that provisions in the LAMPs must consider or may consider areas where groundwater as well as surface water is vulnerable to pollution from OWTS systems in determining different or additional requirements to protect water quality. This revision intends to clarify how to address areas through LAMP provisions for groundwater quality or other known impairments not already addressed through TMDLs. Next slide, please. Continuing on with the proposed revisions, we will be adding clarifying policy language for Tier 3, which is our impaired areas section, and an updated list of impaired surface water bodies, developing total maximum daily loads, TMDLs, to address pathogen and nitrogen impacts potentially from OWTS systems. Next slide, please. So for our outreach and continued outreach from this effort, State Water Board staff coordinated with regional water boards on the policy renewal and began tribal consultation as extra measure of outreach during this waiver renewal and CEQA addendum process. We plan to continue public stakeholder participation with local agencies and commenters, and that nonprofit advocates are involved through the public comment period and during the staff hosted workshop that we did last couple weeks ago to go through question and answers and further detail on exact changes to the policy in the staff report and CEQA addendum additions. We also plan to maintain these communications throughout policy and waiver implementation. Next slide, please. So this is a snapshot of where we are in this project moving along. Again, we started tribal consultation in July of 2022 and released the public notice in August. We are currently still in this public comment period, again, from September 16th to November 1st. And again, that staff workshop we conducted was October 4th. We did get a significant turnout, I believe, and it was just great hearing a lot of dialogue. We had a lot of good dialogue from the public. And here we are today for the hearing for this public comment for this project. And we will be reviewing public comments and providing response on the policy revisions during the winter, and we have a proposed adoption meeting for this project in April. Next slide, please. So importantly for next steps for statewide wastewater planning and implementation, the OWTS policy is just one tool in the toolbox that's used to advance access to sanitation and water quality protections from domestic waste. Currently, there are many overlapping national, statewide, and regional efforts that include components supporting the human right to sanitation, including identification and analysis of challenges that communities and wastewater sanitation systems and sanitation system operators face, such as climate change, watershed protections, the balance between water reuse, conservation, and the flows necessary for treatment processes. The safe drinking water supply and infrastructure upgrades and funding, the list goes on. And we definitely acknowledge that the key example or a key example is the implementation of a 2018 law requiring the water boards to establish a funding and regulatory framework for a statewide program to facilitate the consolidation of inadequate on-site sewage treatment systems with existing sewer systems, with a priority for the disadvantaged and severely disadvantaged communities. A lot has been learned about community systems during this process and the needs that apply to the development of a statewide wastewater needs assessment, which aims to build on and evaluate the existing efforts and fill the wastewater sanitation data gaps that have been growing over the past 10 to 20 years to create a consistent statewide assessment of California's wastewater sanitation needs. And developing a statewide assessment is essential to effectively utilize infrastructure investments, take advantage of funding opportunities, support access to safe drinking water, and to support the water boards and its racial equity goals. Next slide, please. That concludes my presentation, and welcome any questions and the comments. Thank you.
Just thank you for the incredible presentation. And I know here a lot of folks in the program that are part of the success of this. It is a 50th anniversary of the Clean Water Act, and just being able to hear all the touch points that we're being able to incorporate here, a lack of access, equity issues, investments, given the generational dollars that we're receiving on the state and federal level. It's exciting. It's exciting to be and acknowledge that you dial back 50 years ago, and the progress that we have even here amongst us is because of a concerted effort to invest, to research, to build a workforce that is here managing our waste in a smarter way. And we still have a lot of communities that are on septic. I grew up on septic until we received here in the La Quinta Cove, access to centralized sanitation. And it's not lost on me that you look across the state, and it's those communities that have access to centralized sanitation, access to adequate drinking water, that we have economic development as just a basic fundamental ingredient for the success of us all. So just thank you for this good work. I'm glad to hear that the workshop was well attended, that we're really capturing everyone's best input on how we continue to acknowledge that there are many communities that may be too isolated to have centralized treatment. And so we need to manage on-site septic systems, OWTS systems well, and can do so. And then also still yet expand centralized sanitation to other communities that are still waiting for it here 50 years after passage of the Clean Water Act. And so thanks. The question I was going to have, I quickly just crunched the number myself, because going from 1.2 to 1.4 or so million septic systems, out there, potentially out there, knowing that we don't have exact numbers. I think sometimes I was concerned that we were kind of going in the wrong direction. But you look at population from 2000 to 2022, and it's actually kind of keeps exactly a pace of it. So if anything, it's, we haven't expanded the challenge, just simply kept a pace for what has been an incredible amount of additional Californians in the state. And you'd see then obviously some expansion of septic systems. So just thank you. I know we have a few commenters. I look forward to their input here. But it is largely here, just great thanks on this work. It is actually quite fun and exciting, as as sleepy as a topic as septic systems may be for some. Looking to my fellow board colleagues, please, I must start with Board Member Morgan.
So I just want to thank the division for your, while we were talking here about one policy, you guys really have taken a holistic approach to the right to sanitation. You guys have really taken, looking at this policy, advancing the work through it, advancing the work through looking at the wastewater needs assessment, I still call it the sanitary sewer overflow general order. Apologize. I know that's not the correct name for it anymore. And just, really taking a look at all of the things that touch sanitation in homes and making sure that you guys are coming at it multi-pronged from different directions and working with the Division of Financial Assistance and making sure that we advance this work and making sure that at the end, sanitation is not forgotten, that we continue down this road to really achieving what the Clean Water Act set out, not only in this space, but in all the work that you do within the division. So I just want to take a moment to thank you for this work and the other work that the division does.
Here. Thank you, Board Member Firestone.
Thank you. I just have one question, and within this program and maybe within the lamps, are there ways that we are collecting data on unsewered areas and potential areas? I know we're doing a wastewater needs assessment, but are there opportunities to collect data and identify needs ongoing, particularly with regard to public health, not just water quality, through this program?
So the short answer is yes, but currently the policy is limited to the annual reports that come in, as well as what we will be expecting in 2023, which is the water quality data from the existing LAMP agreements. So we haven't gotten the chance to do a full assessment yet, but we are planning on doing it. In the implementation phase, after hopefully the adoption or potential adoption of this waiver renewal with its revisions, we will be pushing forward efforts during the implementation phase to consider where those areas have been. We, as part of this research, we do have feedback and dialogue with the local agencies, understanding that when there is an issue, it's usually, as you mentioned, a public health issue. And how can the water boards, how can we push forward and make our implementation stronger and support our regional boards who are supporting this local agency oversight, so that we can get them the resources they need. And again, we're going to be addressing those in the implementation phase. And we could provide an update during that time if needed as well.
Thank you. We have a number of commenters. We can start to transition to those. First, I'd like to call up Hillary Hauser, who will be followed by Cody Phillips here in the room. Good afternoon.
Hi. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the State Board. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you about this policy. I'm Hillary Hauser from Heal the Ocean, Santa Barbara. And we started in 1998 to get the septic systems off the beach, out of the Rincon, off the coast. And as we were working on this, Hannah Beth Jackson, who lives in Santa Barbara, came up with this bill, AB 85. And so Mark Gold of Heal the Bay and I worked on this to get it passed. And as the comment about the 12-year gap was that it kept failing because EHS directors from Mojave are not the same as Malibu. And so it kept falling apart. So eventually Mark Gold and Heal the Bay and I filed a friendly lawsuit to the state board. We told Jonathan Bishop it was coming to move forward with the regulation, the language. And so we went to Sacramento over and over again, word by word by word, and put the tiers together and so forth. As we said in your October hearing, there's a big gap in this policy. Even though I personally brokered a compromise with everybody just so that we could get going, there's a big gap in the policy that we did not envision at the time. And in your last hearing on October 4th, we pointed out there's a need to create a pathway for the regional boards to apply advanced protection standards within their jurisdiction due to factors other than attachment 2 listing, the impaired listing, the 303D listing at the long or arduous road. And when you see a septic system daylighting down the street, you shouldn't have to study it and do a TMDL. You need to be able to act. So we've focused on your policy revision recommendation, section 3.4, particularly section 3.4.2, which is an area where a slight tweak in language would allow regional board and local agencies to take steps that are more protective of water quality. That would be under the second bullet of the 3.4.2 section, where it refers to groundwater degradation. We will be writing a comment, we'll be suggesting the addition of the word surface water. In addition, we will be suggesting language in this section, language that already exists in the Santa Barbara County LAMP Advanced Protection Management Plan that refers to what can take place in the absence of an approved TMDL, which is the development of an advanced protection management plan in close consultation with the Central Coast Regional or the regional board in all the regions, may include, but not be limited to, requirements for supplemental treatment for existing systems and mandatory routine inspection as determined by the regional board to be consistent with the policy. We believe that this tweak in language would close the gap that we see in the policy, that would allow regional boards and local agencies to address septic problem areas, mainly through the activation of an inspection program or other preventative measures that will greatly improve the ability to take steps more protective of water quality, which was the aim of AB 85 in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hauser. I really appreciate the context and history and your rich involvement in the policy and the work and the flag on section 3.4.2 and how we might be a bit more protective of surface waters as we also consider these protections around groundwater. I think it's a worthy consideration, and I really appreciate the good constructive feedback and engagement on the policy here with us. And again, the real history here as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next I'd like to call up Cody Phillips, who's here in the room with us. I believe Ms. Desjardins, who's on the queue but is not on the platform currently. So then we would go to David Lentz. Mr. Phillips, good afternoon. Oh, apologies, I don't believe the mic is on.
There you go. Hi, my name is Cody Phillips. I'm the policy analyst for California Coastkeeper Alliance, and thank you for the opportunity to comment on this policy today. My comment today is specifically about the amendments to Attachment 2, and specifically on the removal of certain water bodies from that attachment and the extension of the TMDL compliance deadlines for other water bodies in the attachment. So beginning with the removal issue, water bodies are listed in Attachment 2 if they need the highest level of protections afforded by the policy for functioning systems, because those water bodies are impaired for nutrients or pathogens and listed as such on the 303D list. And it's likely that these on-site wastewater treatment systems are causing or contributing to that impairment. The policy does allow Attachment 2 to be amended based off of, quote, new information. It doesn't define what that new information is, but we believe that the new information needs to be related to whether or not the water body is impaired or whether or not new data suggests that the on-site waste treatment systems are contributing to that impairment. However, certain water bodies were removed from Attachment 2 without due consideration to those factors. And each water body they're all individualized. I'm just going to give general comments today with more individual water body specific comments written by November 1st. But as an example, some water bodies were removed because sampling indicated that water quality was improving, even though there was inadequate data to delist that water body on the 303D list. And we're really happy to see that water quality is improving. But general improvement on its own does not mean that a water body no longer needs the heightened protections afforded by this policy. The water body is still impaired. Similarly, other water bodies were removed due to other regulatory actions. And on closer inspections, some of those regulatory actions don't quite make sense. For example, there was an NPDES permit that goes to nutrients and pathogens that does not control discharges from on-site waste treatment systems, and it does not bring the water body back into impairment. And so water bodies were removed from Attachment 2 based off of a NPDES permit that was only tangential. So instead, if a water body is to be removed from Attachment 2, it really should be clear that the water body is either no longer impaired, it's already delisted, or it will be delisted from the 303D list, or data indicates that the on-site waste treatment systems are not causing or contributing to that impairment. Anything less, we think, kind of undermines the purpose of that attachment and those heightened protections. Moving on to the TMDL completion deadline extensions, we've noticed a concerning pattern that these TMDL completion deadlines have been extended with every new policy update and to the end of the policy. So while we believe that there can be important justifications for extending these deadlines, many of the justifications given in the staff report are not that. For example, a regional board's failure to prioritize the creation of the TMDL. Similarly, we sympathize that regional boards basically never have adequate resources to complete all of their clean water obligations. But that chronic issue really cannot justify a failure to meet a necessary condition of a conditional waiver. So instead, we recommend that the water boards really create realistic timelines so that they can truly enforce those deadlines rather than just kicking this can down the road every time the policy is updated. As it stands now, because these TMDL completion deadlines are being extended with every single policy renewal, the water board is effectively writing out this condition that it placed on the regional boards in the first place. Finally, 3 of the water bodies listed in Attachment 2 have had their TMDL extension TMDL completion deadlines extended without any accompanying justification in the staff report or during the staff workshop. We just respectfully request information on why those TMDL deadlines were extended. I'll just list them here. The Canada Larga in the Ventura River watershed, the San Antonio Creek tributary to Ventura River Reach 4, and Ventura River Reach 3 from Weldon Canyon to the confluence with Coyote Creek. Thank you.
Mr. Phillips, I always appreciate the good constructive engagement and feedback there. I know this is a workshop, and so my level of direct response here in the moment is less than if we were about to adopt. But just wondering, at least, looking at knowing that we've updated the OWTS policy prior to this, and the appendix, I imagine, was part of the 2013, I haven't looked back, but perhaps policy. What was the process for, as we readopted in 2018, water bodies coming off and on that appendix, and just be maybe helpful to know as we then think about how best because I think it is important that there be some kind of better standard applied to what happens on those water bodies if there is some inconsistencies. So I'll just flag that. No, if you'd like to respond now, it's okay, but otherwise we can just chat.
I'll just provide a short response. I know that I may have Marley jump in here just because she was able to be at the last renewal. But according to this renewal, there is one of the biggest changes to just visually as acknowledgement is that during the 2018 waiver renewal, we produced an updated list, but we didn't revise the list that was in the actual 2012 policy document. So there's a lot of crossouts and stuff that it does look like everything has been redrafted. And currently, if I recall correctly, the number of extensions that were made prior to that 2018 renewal were about 9. But that's the information that I have. And Marley, do you have anything to add?
I guess just as to the substance of what's being extended, there have been different reasons. I don't have the 2018 listing in front of me, so I don't recall specifically. But as you may be aware, the original attachment 2 listing was built based upon recommendations of regional boards looking at water bodies that they thought would be likely to need to have an allocation assigned to it based upon OWTS contributing. And we do see that there is the likelihood of new information coming up. So as stated, new information isn't defined, but that's something that we can take into account in future as we go forward with this in order to make sure that it's a more efficient and effective process.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I think what's rings to my ear at least as important is just a little more of a kind of standard process by way things coming off. And I appreciate that regions are maybe looking at things themselves a little differently. So it's kind of getting all of them to see what is in common, I think, in their work. And to comments that were made, there's huge differences between then maybe the opinions of some regions and others. So anyway, trying to better synthesize that, I think, could be helpful. Thank you. Okay, we can go on to our next commenter. Pull up my list, and I believe Deirdre isn't on the platform. We have David Lentz. Look at my scroll, which is also helpful. Mr. Lentz, good afternoon. Apologies, you may need to turn the mic back on. If it's green, it's on.
Good afternoon. My name is Dave Lentz from Infiltrator Water Technologies. I'm a civil engineer with the company, and I appreciate the opportunity to provide public comment. Infiltrator is the nation's largest manufacturer of OWTS components, producing dispersal, supplemental treatment, and septic tank systems. And these systems are used throughout the country, including throughout California. I did want to provide a comment on the 50th anniversary of the Clean Water Act. In 1997, US EPA provided a report to Congress on the importance of on-site wastewater. And in that report, it was referred on-site or decentralized wastewater treatment systems referred to as a critical part of the nation's wastewater infrastructure. So there are parts of the nation that will never be reached by central sewer. And for that, we have policies like the OWTS policy. So it's really important that we maintain that and further its development with time. So the OWTS policy includes several different dispersal system types like leach fields, mounds, drip dispersal, and there are others. And what I'd like to talk about today is the concept of introducing an additional technology. This is called combined treatment and dispersal, or CTD. And what CTD systems do is 2 functions in a single footprint. So providing supplemental treatment and dispersing the wastewater within one functional area. So it's a compact way of taking care of 2 functions that a system would need to do in one location. So what is it, just on a conceptual basis, and the staff, I believe, circulated a graphic of a conceptual CTD system. So septic tank effluent would discharge into some kind of manufactured product, and there are several out in the marketplace, and that product was surrounded by a coarse sand. And through those two media, the wastewater is the biochemical oxygen demand and the total suspended solids concentrations are reduced to meet US EPA secondary treatment standards. And the key to this is that this process takes place without the need for electricity. So this is a passive process. It does not, building these systems does not add to the electrical load on the grid, where an electrified mechanical system would. This can achieve the same level of treatment without the need for electricity. These systems are certified by independent third parties like American National Standards Institute accredited organizations to meet NSF ANSI 40. And that's in the industry, that's the standard to which secondary wastewater treatment standards are assessed. And what happens in the system is that naturally occurring microbes are consuming the organics in the wastewater and reducing the BOD and the TSS levels to achieve the secondary treatment standards. Across the country, there are about 38 states that recognize combined treatment and dispersal technology. In California, about 25 of the local agencies, and I'm referring to counties that we interface with, recognize this technology, and we'd like to see that grow. We have seen increasing demand over time where stakeholders see a need for treatment, might be environmentally sensitive areas or just elevated awareness for sustainable technologies that designers would like to incorporate where they might not have otherwise. So just one other item on this. So the International Association of Plumbing and Mechanical Officials publishes the Uniform Plumbing Code, and the 2024 UPC is slated to include combined treatment and dispersal technology in it for the first time. So what are the advantages? First of all, it encourages wastewater reclamation and return of treated wastewater to the subsurface environment. It provides a zero energy option for achieving secondary treatment standards, eliminates operation and maintenance. There are no moving parts. There's nothing to repair. Nothing's going to break down. They're naturally occurring microbes that are conducting these operations. So there's no need for maintenance or maintenance provider, which lowers the cost on an ongoing basis for the homeowner. And then finally, for local agencies, it provides a framework, if this technology were added to the policy, provides a framework with which they can work and regulate. I've been doing this work for 17 years for Infiltrator, and the one thing I've observed is that nobody wants to be the proverbial guinea pig, right? Nobody wants to do it for the first time. So there are other states that have passive technologies in their rules. That includes Alabama, Florida, Maine, North Carolina, and New York. So it has been done in the past and successfully. So we're planning to provide comments about a proposed manner of incorporating this technology, and we look forward to working with you. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Lentz. I really appreciate you coming before the board and engaging on this discussion and helping us to incorporate what are innovations that I know continue to happen out in the landscape. And this looks promising. I look forward to our folks evaluating just being able to better incorporate this as an option. Sounds like a number of the lamps, perhaps, in the counties are allowing for this sort of treatment. So it's safely being used and is verified there. I see no reason why we shouldn't be able to better incorporate it here. Again, I think it reflects what is a lot of innovation happening out in and know that we will always have septic systems here and because of the need in particularly rural communities usually, and there's ways of better being protective of water quality and all of that. So thank you. I do appreciate this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think we have left Bob Crandall as our last speaker. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us.
Chairman Esquivel and members of the board, my name is Bob Crandall, and I originally wasn't going to speak today, but then when the chairman indicated interest in historic knowledge, I thought I should. I happen to be a former assistant executive officer for Region 5 and retired in 2013. But as was talked about before, AB 885, to put it politely, it was a disaster the first time around. It wasn't until Darren Bohemus took it over, who's now head of drinking water for the board, and Darren put it together and got it on track and work on the OWTS policy. Region 5, because of its location and size, obviously has tremendous amount of septic systems, on-site systems. And so it was an employee of mine who was the lead person technically for the state, senior engineer who worked with Darren on the OWTS policy. So I was there at the time, and I didn't do the technical work, thank goodness, but I had to do the policy work and sign off on it. And frankly, it didn't envision a lot of the innovative technology that, like Mr. Lentz was speaking about at the time. We were basing our science and technical standards on what are called conventional systems, the typical septic tank, put it in pipe and stone and put untreated water, raw untreated water on the soil, and let the soil do the digestion. And inevitably, those systems will fail because it clogs up the soil. I retired when I retired in 2013. I previously, in another lifetime, was director of research for an ultraviolet disinfection company. And my mentor, who was a pioneer in both reverse osmosis and UV disinfection, asked me to attend a wastewater show with them. I did. I went and saw a technology that was put together by a company called Presby Environmental, family-owned company. And they were later purchased by Infiltrator, a much larger company, in 2019. But I saw something that I thought I wanted to introduce this technology into California, innovated. I liked the fact that it was passive, but I saw it having come in. I ran the office in Reading, so I saw plenty of rural communities, small communities, and disadvantaged communities. And I wanted to see a way where you could raise water quality standards for both environmental purposes and for public health, but be able to do it in a cost affordable way. And I saw these passive systems that require no maintenance other than your typical septic tank pumping out as a way to do that. And they were priced more than the conventional systems, but still quite a bit less than a lot of the more complicated on-site systems. And I was impressed by the fact that they were producing results as good as our wastewater treatment plants that I was permitting when I was with the board. So between the maintenance issues and the cost and the performance, I got interested in introduced in California. I worked, I've gotten roughly 25 to 30 counties approval. We've had many systems installed, including we did a 100,000 gallon per day system up near Paradise. It was put in for the FEMA workers who were doing the cleanup at Paradise. That was permitted by Region 5. It performed fantastic. It had results of less than 5 BOD and TSS. And it now is permanently permitted for residential development. So I really would like to see the changes put into here. One of the issues that's involved is that I think it's important for the board to know that the way that the OWTS policy is written now is it essentially subsidizes conventional systems that let out untreated water. And the regulations need to be changed to bring about a level playing field so you encourage treatment and bring about advances in septic discharges that are going out throughout the state. I also have been very supportive, and I really like the program the board's put forth on what's called the septic to sewer program. It's a marvelous program, and I congratulate the board wholeheartedly on its efforts to do it and the funding that they're putting behind it. And these on-site systems, the technology is advanced that you can build on-site treatment plants for these small communities and produce marvelous water. They can, beyond the simple normal processes, they can be designed for denitrification. They can be designed for disinfection. They can be designed for meeting Title 22 requirements and recycling the water. So it's another avenue to go about and help these small communities. But anyway, I just would like to encourage some changes because the HOTS policy is outdated and it needs revision and needs to come up to current scientific and technical standards. So I urge you to support that kind of work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Crandall. I appreciate your good contributions to this discussion and the history as well. Again, I've appreciated that. Again, these policies don't just magically suddenly happen and are here before us. They're parts of long struggles and important, really generational shifts in how we view things. And I agree with you. Again, we don't mean to be biased towards centralized systems. I think sometimes we can be. Decentralized has just an important component in all of this if it can be done well. And I think that we're seeing a lot of technologies. I think of the Salesforce building in San Francisco, recycling its own water there on site and using it. You have these movements, around decentralized systems that are actually really important to how we adapt and will be an important part of the future here. So how we permit them, how we see them, how we encourage them is going to be important, and appreciate again your thoughts here. That brings us to the end of our commenters.
Oh, we do have one additional commenter, Ms. Webster.
Someone get it added. Thank you. Sorry, I need to update my own list. Ms. Webster, good to have you join us.
There we go. Thank you, Chair Escobar and board members. My name is Debbie Webster. I'm with the Central Valley Clean Water Association, and just appreciate the opportunity to talk on this just for a few minutes. I first want to start by thanking Ms. Torres in front of you that she talked with me after the public meeting that they had and really went through. We discussed a few things, and I want to just bring up one thing today. And let me start with answering a question, though, before getting there, of why we at CVICWA, who represent the Central Valley publicly owned treatment facilities, wastewater treatment facilities, why we are interested. We have from very big to incredibly small, including some of our agencies who have septic systems that fall under this policy. But we also, want to look at this because this policy then gets to our small domestics, which will, kind of run up the ladder. So we look at how these things are impacted. But today I really want to actually focus on CV salt. And the reason why I'm bringing this before you, and we'll most likely be putting in some comments on this, is that CV salt is not a TMDL. It's not just a surface water. It is mainly a groundwater, but also surface water. But it's very TMDL-like. It's got this implementation program that we're in and we're still developing at the same time. And one of the areas where we do have some issues, and we have quite a few septics, is in the septic policy. And I think one of the things that is good to see is that the LAMP programs now can consider where groundwater is vulnerable to pollution. But I would love to see some additional discussions with the CV Salt Executive Committee and the Regional Water Board on, does the OWTS policy give enough leverage to bring in those septic systems into the management plan, so that all that are, all impacts to groundwater, all that are concerned that we meet those goals of safe and affordable drinking water, but safe and affordable water, both in the wastewater and in the drinking water side. And so we know that OWTS systems, as they fail, they do have impacts on groundwater, they do have impacts on drinking water. Very glad to see that there is some an acknowledgement that there's funds that would be available, but I also want to make sure that this policy is conducive to what we're trying to do in CV salts too. So that's my basic comment for today, and I just really appreciate your time.
Thank you as well. I think it goes back to a comment Ms. Hauser made as well around potentially being able to strengthen some of the work here by explicitly acknowledging impacts of surface water and not just groundwater. Maybe that then helps better align what the LAMPs and others will be considering with what things like CV salts are. So I really appreciate that, Ms. Webster. Apologies, didn't mean to gloss over you, and really again appreciate your engagement and that recommendation, which again I think to my ear speaks to some additional comments that we heard about strengthening the nexus there. Colleagues, additional thoughts, questions from what we've heard? This is just a workshop, so can wait as well. I know Board Member Firestone may have additional thoughts too. Vice Chair, please.
I just had a question. It was really interesting to hear about some of these newer technologies, and just wanted to give staff an opportunity to comment. And then also regarding CV salts and some of the requests that Debbie Webster made.
Yes, so the first thing to address with, well, I'll just say with the CV salts, with the discussion I was able to have with Ms. Webster, I did welcome her to not only put in those written comments, but also we are planning as part of our implementation phase as much outreach as possible that we can do. So we know that we want to make some concerted efforts to the people who have spoken up to us, either through staff workshop or just through the development of this waiver renewal. In regards to the holistic, how do we incorporate new technologies into a policy as was quoted to be outdated? It's as staff that's been on this policy for only 3 years, even some of the things I've noticed, it's just, let me rewind my statement, sorry. The importance of this renewal is making sure that the policy and its waiver doesn't expire so that these systems can maintain coverage under this policy. So we do have a list of items that we would like to address in the policy, and that I would argue is one of them is how do we change some of the language to incorporate this newer technology that could solve potentially, two issues with one, where we're having some issues with getting technical and financial resources to certain communities. And then there is new technology that is coming out, and how do we get those together under this policy? And so administratively, we would like to approach it during the next waiver renewal period, where we have an additional 5 years to holistically approach and do really extended outreach in order to get everyone looking at this and just having it be really transparent to make sure that we're able to address that. For the specific comments today, I would like to reanalyze some of the language that's in the policy and see what we can change for this waiver as well.
Thank you for that. It seems to me, not knowing much about this, but that whether it's in this round or the next round, to provide for sort of an agnostic pathway, so that it's not any one technology, but that that the standards be met, and then put it out there so that innovation can occur.
Yeah, we would appreciate knowing which standards, because the local agency management programs do have a little more local flexibility in meeting the policy standards. So we welcome input on exactly which standards in the policy prohibit the technology innovation. And we look forward to Debbie's comments on CV salts and how that would interact with the Central Valley local agency management programs, and if they've kind of worked out something with the Central Valley on CV salts and those lamps. So just a couple of things that we could maybe look forward to.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you. Board Member Morgan, please.
I just want to follow up. And so I appreciate, Laurel, the response for CV salts. And so I just asked, to please follow up on that piece. I see that as also just kind of what we were speaking to earlier. It's just about the holistic approach of looking at all the water board policies and efforts to advance this area of work. And so CVSOL is just another one of those. While it's from the Central Valley Regional Board, it is another effort within this area. And so I would like to just see that coordination with the state board and with the Central Valley Board, and seeing how do these two efforts fit together and how can we work with them to advance that effort, because the two really, there is overlap there. And so that's kind of what I'm hearing from Debbie, but also want to hear, see what her full comments are, and see how we can make sure that we are working collaboratively to advance the work.
Thank you. Other colleagues with any comments or reflections here at the workshop? Okay, hearing none. Thank you so much. I think that concludes here then the workshop. Look forward to what is going to be further discussion and on to a moment of adoption. Can you remind us timeline moving forward? What would be, I know written comments are due by November 1st, I believe it is. And then so, yeah.
Yes, the comments due by November 1st, importantly by noon. And then we would be responding to comments and making policy revisions during the winter, and the proposed meeting for the adoption would be in April of 2023.
Great, thank you. Appreciate that. Thanks again, everyone, for the good engagement on an exciting time to be talking again here with the 50th anniversary of the Clean Water Act about here the impact of on-site wastewater treatment systems. Yes,
Chair Esquivel, it's my job to be pedantic, so I
please.
wanted to point out that this is our required public hearing that we are holding for this item. So it's not just a workshop. We did have a workshop, but this is our public
hearing here. Yes, thank you. Appreciate that. No, keeping me on the right side of things. Thank you, Ms. Wood. That wraps up our agenda, except for now board member reports and our executive director's report. Are there any board members prepared to move into item number 7 or start us off here with what they'd like to, I know that's like we're all quickly trying to pull up our calendars.
I can start.
Thank you. Yeah, that works. Thank you for saving us.
So I had a series of really amazing tours and just want to share some of them, I think, because they were things that I think others might be interested in. So I got a tour of Sac Regional and their advanced treatment and the new harvest water program. And I think I hadn't realized that they are one of the largest single wastewater treatment plants in the country that at least that discharge to inland waters. And, I would have assumed it would be bigger cities, but, because it's regional and there's one centralized plant as opposed to other cities that have multiple ones. So it's fascinating, really amazing work and projects. And I think if you haven't done it, you all probably have, but that was my first time. But last week, I was able to do a bunch of things. I got a tour of kind of the desert and high desert areas, small community water systems, and was able to go through the High Desert Water Agency and over to Mojave and just see the kind of amazing infrastructure that was put in there to have their own pipeline from Mojave's, from the State Water Project, a pipeline just for the few communities up in the high desert of State Water Project water going into replenishment areas in the middle of the desert. It was really eye-opening. I think a lot of times well, first of all, I had an idea of the State Water Project system officially, but then there's all these sort of individual offshoots that you don't always see in those maps. And this was a really significant one. It's like 72 miles over these kind of hills and mountains just to the high desert. And anyway, so just that was a really amazing opportunity for me to get to know that area and kind of the way that water from Northern California is distributed throughout the state, and how desert communities are managing, especially smaller communities. Also got a tour of 29 Palms. They have a really unique, I'm going to use the wrong technical term, but fluoride treatment, basically. Activated aluminum, something with aluminum, but the engineers all the engineers are cringing, but that they do there, and there is some interesting opportunities for that they were seeing good results related to other co-contaminants as well, so just learned a huge amount. If you haven't been up in that area, really would recommend it. I was able to go with Region 7 to tour the species habitat conservation project that is going on at the south end of the Salton Sea. I mentioned to folks here that the project managers think that it's really likely that project will be up and running, or at least all the ponds will have water in them. By the time we would do a workshop, hopefully down in the Salton Sea area, we'll see how that goes in mid-May. So if we do end up there, just encourage us to go see it, because it's a fascinating project. They're doing this constructing this huge channel and then basin to pull water from deep in the Salton Sea, because we know that the shoreline's gonna retreat so much, and pump it into these species habitat areas that are ultimately gonna be pretty far from where the water is, and then mix it with New River water, fresh water. And yeah, it was just appreciate all the engineering that goes into that, but also the ongoing energy costs that are going to be needed to just keep pumping that in. Let's see. And then I got a tour of the Water Replenishment District, WRD, down in LA, and I'll just say thanks to Board Member Morgan for recommending I think it's Alpha Robles Center, their new kind of education center that's just focused. It's really a museum to groundwater, and it's so good. I can't recommend it enough to folks. If you haven't seen it, I mean, I feel like I knew a lot about groundwater and I still learned stuff, and it made me want to bring my kids there. There's like a fun ride almost going down into a well, and super cool. I have never seen a museum like that for groundwater before. So just really, and just, learned a lot about all the programs, obviously, that region is doing around water replenishment, water recycling, and becoming more able to utilize more local supplies. And I think that's all I was going to update on. Thanks.
Great report, board member, and I completely agree with all your points around just how dynamic a rural state we have, and so many communities out there with these interesting, unique challenges, but a lot of innovation I feel that's happening. And the Robles Center, I don't know if you had a chance, there's like an art installation there to drink, the recycled water that's coming out of the system. It's really
gorgeous.
Neat. Yeah, it's just like really, these are community,
garden,
these are community assets. Wastewater treatment plants, drinking water treatment plants, they're community assets. And, you really see that leadership at the local level, those that really welcome folks into that space. I'll say, and speaking of welcoming, I felt very honored to be welcomed by folks in Morro Bay to go look at their wastewater treatment plant. Here, I did the tour on the 12th. I actually drove the 5 hours down, was there for about 2.5 hours, and then drove my 5 hours back. I shouldn't say that. That's a terrible CO2 footprint, but I think it spoke to my really wanting to make this engagement, because if you don't know, I know, I'm sure a number of the board members do, but Morro Bay's wastewater treatment challenges are storied. They've been central to every mayoral campaign over the last decades. The nexus is all around, funding, certainly, and affordability, but also what to do with climate change and sea level rise and seawater intrusion. And as we heard from Soquel Creek today, there's so much innovation happening with cleaning up water, recycling it, putting it back down to create barrier, and also drinking water supply for coastal communities. And I just have to acknowledge, and they were in the middle of startup, and Chair Jane Gray from the Regional Water Quality Control Board was there, along with Matt Keeling, the executive officer. And it's a little nerve rattling to have your regulator right there as you're starting up the treatment plant, which they came up with some challenges there, and we're honest. And here, I think it really reminds us. And thank you for the nod to the SAC treatment plant. These are incredible systems, and they're more biological than they are mechanical. They're living organisms, if you will, when it comes to that mass of microfauna that actually are the workhorses of turning all of our waste into sludge. And there, you were having some issues starting up the plant, but as it started up, and here they're looking to celebrate with the community once it is fully, once they hand over the permit, they switch over. And what they'll be doing is recycling and using it for seawater intrusion ultimately as well. Right now, they're just trying to get the plant set up and working. And so it was great, again, to be able to visit with them. I then also went on to participate in the environmental law conference put on by the California Lawyers Association in Yosemite. It was the first time I've attended that. Felt very honored to be amongst a lot of great thinkers in the legal space, supporters of the board's work, understanders of it. Our executive director was on a panel on water rights, which was great to see her and have her on that. And I was honored to be on a panel with Justice Roby and Felicia Marcus, our former chair, to just reflect on what 50 years of the Clean Water Act has meant, what challenges are still out there, how do we actually do more. Knowing that with climate change, these water quality issues are always just continue to magnify. And really, here we have so much to be proud of in the state of California, with Port Cologne being the model for so much of the Clean Water Act. To have Justice Roby there, I was a little starstruck. It was, he's kind of, and felt very fortunate to share the space and the discussion. So.
Sorry, I just want to add one thing that you made me remember.
Oh, yes, please.
Is, so just as we were getting tours in the high desert, like Yucca Valley had, and so many of those areas, communities up there were all on septics and are just now getting finally fully sewered. There's still projects with communities there that are working to get fully sewered, and they have different phases. But really a change and I know Board Member Morgan, you reiterate this a lot, but just seeing that as an opportunity to recycle water and utilize that as a water supply in such an arid area where they're having to import all this water. But if they can, not just seeing moving from septic to sewer as an expensive, frustrating process, but actually seeing it as a water supply benefit, I think was really interesting to see those dynamics kind of on the ground.
Great point.
I have no report.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
Okay, so on the 4th of October, I did a presentation before Western Growers Association's Water Committee, focusing on drought, aridification, water rights. And then on the 13th, I was able to join Board Member Morgan in Temecula at Rancho Water District, and they pulled together their partner organizations that are involved in a number of projects. And boy, it was just really exciting to be around them. There was high energy in that room and optimism at a time where, there's so much concern. So I wasn't able, like you chat more about the tour, I wasn't able to stay for the tour of a couple of their projects. So I intend to go back next time I'm in the area. And the reason I wasn't able to stay is that later that afternoon, I went to Ontario and the U.S. Conference of Mayors Water Committee was meeting in Ontario. And there were a number of people there, but mostly regional mayors. And they were really concerned about water conservation. And so I just appreciate that I had the opportunity to share with them our regulatory schedule. There seemed to be also some confusion about, voluntary and whether or not that was going to become mandatory. And so it was a good opportunity to correct some of the misunderstandings, but also just encourage them to be involved in our process going forward. And then on the 14th, last Friday, I attended the 10th year anniversary of the Dos Rios project, which is the reinvigoration of the floodplain that's at the confluence of the Tuolumne River and the San Joaquin River. And this was just, really special for me because I was involved in that project back in 1997 during extreme flood conditions where some of the levees broke. And it was during that time that I was able to start an interest in regulation in the water area because of some of the challenges that existed within the Corps of Engineers and rehabilitation of levees, and then a lot of local concerns about impacting farmland and that sort of thing. And because of what occurred in 97, sort of a local group along with the Tuolumne River Trust and eventually brought in river partners. And, 10 years ago, this project was born. And what we're seeing now is huge benefits for fish and wildlife because they've started to notch about one half of the ranch. 8 river miles have been opened up. And in the thousands, riparian brush rabbit, which is endangered, and they were down to a population of 3, and now I think it's 2,400. A lot of the same things that we've been seeing on the Sacramento River, the floodplain benefits and productivity for food productivity for salmon, they're seeing over there as well. And then also just had a good opportunity to meet some of the stakeholders that are working on, in particular, with the conserved water and going through the 1707 process to make sure that that water that gets conserved because of not planting crops can end up in the river after it's used, for tree plantings that are going on, but a lot of it will end up back in the river. And so they've been working with our Water Rights Division on the 1707 process.
Exciting. A lot of innovative work, again, that's happening out there. And the floodplain restoration work particularly is just reminding always of kind of reconciling what we've done to the landscape and really learning from what the science is showing us and what ecosystems need.
Absolutely. And the one thing I forgot to mention is disadvantaged communities and access. So Armando Quintero was there. It's likely that the Dos Rios Ranch will become one of our next state parks. And they're talking about, appropriate public access and really wanting to make sure that it includes an educational component to bring students out there. They've already, brought in, of course, a lot of volunteers for the tree plantings, but also public access for trails.
Fantastic.
So let's see. So first, I'd like to note that regional SAN, it is a product of the Clean Water Act. So the historic investments were used to build the facility. And so before that, there were a lot of small facilities around the Sacramento area, and those were regionalized, and the result was regional SAN.
And its upgrade is our largest loan ever.
Yes.
Right?
$1 billion.
It's incredible.
Yeah. So on October 5th, I had the honor of being on a panel for the California Water Environment Association. It was the celebration of the 50th anniversary of the Clean Water Act. And so I was the state representative on that. It was good to be with CWA and to provide the perspective of the water board. And, as we are basically the implementing agency, and just kind of the historical perspective, and then kind of the look forward of the work that we're currently doing. Then on October 7th, I was at UC Davis Law School at the recommendation of Board Member Firestone. I was on a panel for the Federalism and the Clean Water Act. And so for that one there, I actually spoke regarding our funding program. And so the Clean Water SRF. And so that was really exciting because a lot of the times, we speak about our, our regulatory role, and we don't always speak about our funding role. And so that was really fun to do. And I sat down, and Justice Roby sat down next to me. And so that was, another fan. It's like, oh. So I had a chance to have a nice conversation with him, and Felicia Marcus was there also, and also have a time chat with her also. And so there were a lot of people there in the afternoon. Got to have some great conversations, and it was a really good panel. And then on October 11th, I participated in a tour down in the Central Valley, just really to take a look at some of the challenges that the Central Valley is facing, in particular subsidence and just the drought, and just to see firsthand, here's how, again, like Board Member Firestone, here's how the water moves through the Central Valley, and here's the challenges that the Valley is facing. And then to see some of the projects that they're doing to build resiliency, and just to learn more just about water in the Central Valley, take a different look at what is occurring in the Valley. So that was really nice to get out there in the field and to see some of the work that's being done and some of the challenges. And then on October 13th, got to spend some time with Vice Chair in the morning down in Temecula, and then in the afternoon, went out on a site visit, a tour. And so the Rancho Water District is working along with community partners, and just really looking at just they have some groundwater recharging basins. So we went out and we took a look at those. We were going to get out to the dam, but didn't quite get time to do it. Can't remember exactly when the dam was built, but it's really old, and they're about to do some seismic upgrades to it. But they're telling me about it in the dam. It sounds just really amazing and beautiful. It's like, oh, I kind of miss that piece. I kind of want to see it. So they're about to do some seismic upgrades to it, but it has been there since, it's been there for, I want to say it's like about 70 years. And so it's, recharged. And so basically it provides water to the area and to recharging, and just them taking a look at making the water supply more local and importing less into the Valley there. And then they were talking about regenerative farming. So I learned a new term, and so some of just the work that they're doing, and just looking at different ways. And they were talking about just a program of where not just doing like turf replacement, but also doing like crop replacement, and incentives around doing crop replacement, and looking at different farming techniques. And one farm that they took us to, they were just basically saying that, well, based on some of the changing of how they are, some of the practices that they, instead of having a crop of, they were getting up to 150% yield. They were at 120% because of the drought. So they were finding ways to, even with less water, to still find ways to be productive and have a good yield. And so it was very interesting. And they were saying that while that gophers aren't always bad. I thought that was interesting, and that there's some benefit, and they were speaking to that. So just really, like I learned a new term and learned some new things there. So it was really just an interesting tour and perspective of just really the community, just all coming together, from the flood district to landowners, the county, the water district, everyone coming together at a table and just talking about the different programs and how can they work together to build resiliency within the area. That's it.
Fantastic. But really, you can tell we're we've kind of shifted into a different space. There's a lot of movement going around. People are out and about, and it's good to hear. That concludes board member reports, and we can shift to see if there's anything in the executive director's report either board members want to flag or the executive director wants to flag. Seeing none from Eileen, board member.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just had two quick questions. One was, let me pull it up. That one of the updates was around the pretreatment program and US EPA making or issuing a final report around our program. And I'm just wondering maybe for, I'm wondering for performance review, performance report, I always get the wrong name, that we do annually, where we set goals and then track progress. I'm just wondering, it reminds me of things like this, and I know we have sanitary surveys with drinking water systems, where we have requirements around inspections. Just if it'd be great to just see where we are with some of these requirements in terms of performance, because I know we're always having to juggle the ongoing just core work that staff is doing every day that we're required to do under, but with all the priorities that we're adding on and dealing with in the drought, but just understanding where we are in terms of performance on some of these requirements would be great. And either is that with that report or, as part of maybe the prioritization work plan document or process, just having some perspective on that.
Yeah, I think a lot of these will be covered when we do the review the performance measures, do the performance report, which I'm not sure if we scheduled those, but it's going to be in November or December, I think. I'm not going to venture too deeply into this, but I think that this is slightly different because it was funded in a different way from US EPA, and our funding has kind of dwindled down to nothing over the years. So we were never really doing the work. We were essentially having US EPA do the work for us, but the funding has gone away and we haven't been able to replace it. So this program is in a slightly different category than our other inspections and monitoring. So happy to go into that with you and happy to explain how we got here, but I wouldn't put it in quite the same category as like the reason that we haven't been meeting the targets is slightly different and didn't really have to do with reprioritization of our work during the last few years.
Great. Yeah, I definitely would love to get more background on that. This is really just a comment that I know we had a information item on our operator certification program, and just really appreciate seeing how much work is going on in terms of following up on that and engagement with working groups, with stakeholders on all of the issues that were identified. So I, just recognize all that progress and appreciate being able to see it here in the report.
Thank you, board member. Okay, that brings us to the end of our agenda and a good day of work. I will note we do not have a board meeting. Now we're canceling our first board meeting in November 1st and our second. So that will no longer be taking place. And so our next board meeting will be November 15th. Or apologize, I'm in recess. I'm not done. We have tomorrow. So we will be back tomorrow at noon, and I'll tell you when we'll meet again after at that point. Actually, because our workshop will be going into the evening, I'll just note again now for those that aren't part of tomorrow's discussion that we'll see you tomorrow. We're in recess until then. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Have a good day. And again, tomorrow we start at noon, and we'll begin on first finishing actually our Superior Accomplishment Awards, but then going to adoption of our water loss regs hopefully we'll have at least 30 minutes to break before the 5 o'clock start of our racial equity action plan. All right, everyone, we'll see you tomorrow. Bye. We're in